think we've got everything. Okay. So, good morning and welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. We have a chock full morning of work sessions followed by an afternoon of public hearings. And in the interest of time, I will skip today's poem unless anyone has something at the ready. Seeing none, I think we'll get straight to introductions. I'm Senator Maddie Daughtry. I represent Senate District 24, which is the communities of Brunswick, Harpswell, North Yarmouth, Freeport, and Pownell. And I'll introduce my House Chair, Representative Brennan.
Hi, I'm Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
And then Senator Woodson.
Dave Woodson, District 33, Southwestern Maine.
Representative Crockett.
Good morning, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Representative Dodge.
Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good morning, everyone.
Representative Lyman.
Good morning, Sheila Lyman, District 74, Livermore Falls J, and part of Livermore.
Representative McCray.
Yes, good morning. I am Representative Dave McCray. I am in Fort Fairfield, which is in the center of Aroostook County, which is in the center of my district. Welcome.
And then Representative Roach.
Representative Tim Roach, District 7, Wells. Good morning.
Morning. Representative Salisbury.
Good morning, Sue Salisbury, and I am the House Representative for District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Representative Sampson.
Good morning. I'm Heidi Sampson, present at the state capitol, and I'm representing the good people of House District 21, Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Representative Stearns.
Good morning. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, which consists of a dozen towns in the unorganized territories of Piscataquis County.
And this morning we are ably assisted by our fabulous OPLA analyst, Hillary Reisler, as well as our committee clerk, Sam Baker. If you are having any trouble accessing the YouTube stream or any issues with the webinar meeting, please let us know and direct your questions to Sam Baker. Our committee clerk is our resident expert on keeping the ship sailing. And with that, I see we actually have both Representative First and Representative Fecteau present. Do either of you have time constraints? We had been talking about taking Representative Fecteau's bill first, but I just want to be mindful with both sponsors to see if either of you have a pressing need to go through quickly.
My need only is that I left the public hearings for the biennial budget to come over here. So I'm happy to defer to the speaker. Maybe his bill will sail right through and it won't take too long. I don't know.
Representative Fecteau, do you have any constraints this morning?
Well, I serve in the same committee as Representative Pearce, and I'm the other Fecteau. There's too many Fecteaus in the House of Representatives.
I'm so sorry, Representative Fecteau. I just heard the name and didn't look around to my screen boxes. So here we are together. We'll be together soon for the afternoon too.
I feel like this puts us a interesting taking two members out of one committee. Well,
please go with Representative Fecteau first.
Okay, then we will kick off as previously announced. So I will open the work session on LD 55, an act to protect minority religious groups by eliminating the prior approval requirement for school absence for a recognized religious holiday. Ms. Rissler, if you want to take it away.
All right, so as I set up my screen share, I do just want to mention, like all of you, I am also working on figuring out the best way to present information in this new format. And so if anyone, as we go through today, has any feedback in terms of presentation of the screen share, or if those of you who are printing the materials out at home, please just feel free to send me an email. It's a work in progress, and we'll figure out the best way to get you the information that you need. With that, I am going to share my screen. And so what you should be able to see now is the bill analysis for LD 55. which, as Senator Daughtry mentioned, is an act to protect minority religious groups by eliminating the prior approval requirement for a school absence for a recognized religious holiday. Under current law, one of the reasons for an excusable absence from school is for observance of a recognized religious holiday when the observance is required during the regular school day and the absence has prior approval. This bill just removes that requirement for prior approval from the statute. During the public hearing, you heard some testimony that schools have largely recognized that there isn't a need for prior approval for these religious absences, that requiring a student to obtain approval to attend a religious service is unnecessary and allows the school to the ability to deny such a request, and that the statute unfairly targets students whose religious events are not consistent with those already on the school calendar. You did not hear any testimony in opposition or in the neither for nor against category. We don't actually have a preliminary fiscal impact statement at this time, but it is unlikely that this bill would have any sort of fiscal impact. I did include, since this was rather quick, the statute for you. It's also on page 107 in your purple statute books. But basically, these are the excusable absences that are available, and this highlighted portion here is the portion that this bill would remove.
Thank you, Ms. Missler. Does anyone have any questions on that review before we jump in? Seeing none, I don't know, Representative Stearns.
Madam Chair, if you're so inclined, I would make a motion.
I'm ready at this time.
I would move that we pass LD 55 as presented.
I would second. Thank you.
We have a second by Representative Dodge and a motion made by Representative Stearns. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Representative Sampson, did I see your hand go up?
I was just going to second it.
Okay. I don't know, Representative Fecteau, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I do not.
Okay, do we have any further conversation? Seeing none, before we jump into taking the vote, I just want to thank the good representative. I think thanks for bringing this up. It's a very important cause. So I will be voting in favor of the motion and hope my colleagues will support that as well. So seeing last call for hands, Representative Stearns, I imagine your hand's still up from making the motion. Okay, all those in favor of ought to pass. And Sam, I'll read off the hands again like we did last time. Would that be helpful?
Yes, please, Senator.
Representative Stearns, Senator Daughtry, Representative Roach, Representative Sampson, Representative Lyman, Representative McCray, Senator Woodsum, Representative Dodge, Representative Brennan, Representative Salisbury, and Representative Crockett. And it is unanimous of those present and voting. So close the work session on LD 55. Thank you, Representative Fecteau. I think you'll be Representative Peirce back to AFA.
Thank you very much.
Okay, up next, we'll be opening the work hearing. Man, that's, I think I need more coffee. Up next, we will be opening the work session on LD 44, an act to establish the Summer Success Pilot Program Fund. And Ms. Rissler?
All right, and I will be sharing my screen again as I go through this. All right, so this is LD 44, which is an act to establish the Summer Success Pilot Program Fund. This bill establishes the Summer Success Pilot Program Fund and requires the Commissioner of Education to use the fund to encourage the facilitation of high-quality summer success pilot programs in school administrative units throughout the state as follows. First, it provides that the fund is established as a general fund carrying account, provides that money appropriated from the general fund may be paid into the account, and that these funds must supplement and not supplant any federal funding. It requires the commissioner to establish standards and approval for the allocation and use of fund money for summer success pilot programs offered at elementary and secondary schools in the state. And it allows the commissioner to include in the following in the standards. guidelines similar to those of the federal 21st Century Community Learning Centers program to close the achievement gap between high-performing and low-performing students, effective models of summer success programs that involve networking and partnerships with community-based organizations that provide a range of high-quality services to support student learning and development, and implementation of the formative and summative assessment methods to measure student achievement in order to monitor the progress of students that are participating in the pilot programs. It also provides that beginning in fiscal year 2021-22, the department is required to provide grant funding through a grant application process to cover 90% of the costs of the Summer Success pilot programs, and that the department must prioritize distribution of funding to school administrative units with greater than 50% student participation in the federal free and reduced price lunch program. It adds the fund to the Enhancing Student Performance and Opportunity provisions of the Essential Programs and Services Funding Act, and provides that the grant funding are limited to the amounts that are actually appropriated or allocated or authorized by the legislature. And lastly, it requires the commissioner to annually report to the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee on the number of school administrative units that are administering the Summer Success pilot programs, the nature of the programs, that are receiving money from the fund, the amount of money distributed, the number of children participating in the programs. And then the report should also include a recommendation on whether the pilot program should continue as a pilot program or be modified or become a more permanent program. As Representative Peirce mentioned during the public hearing, this is a bill that she has introduced a number of times. The last 2 sessions I've included here. Both times the bill was voted out of committee with a divided report. And then last session it was carried over on the special appropriations table, but died upon the conclusion of the 129th legislature. Also during the public hearing, you heard some testimony from proponents of the bill who noted that even before the pandemic, students were suffering from learning loss over the summer months. And now the need for growing and programs like these will be essential in supporting students' learning to recover from the pandemic. Well, that with this bill, the school administrative units will be able to provide programs or partner with programs that already have proven track records, such as the Boys and Girls Clubs. However, even proponents of the bill had some concerns about the amount of funding and whether the grant process will unintentionally create inequities, because some districts are better positioned with staff and the time to apply for grants, design programs, as well as provide the required 10% funding that's not provided by the state. There were also some questions regarding who would be designing the pilot programs, what they would entail, and whether this would need to be in statute given its nature as pilot programs. You do not hear any testimony in opposition to the bill. You did hear some testimony neither for nor against, which echoed some of the concerns raised by the proponents regarding equity of the grant process and that 10% funding. The committee did request some additional information, especially from the department, in regard to the Title I funding in the 21st Century Community Centers, and are these programs fully utilized? What are the amounts of money that the SAUs can access, and are the funds being provided, meeting all the needs throughout the state? And the department did submit right before this work session started some question and answer, and I believe they are here as well to answer any questions the committee might have. The committee also requested a map or a list of communities that have Boys and Girls Clubs, and I sent that I think last week, and it's up on the webpage, but I can also pull that up on my screen if anybody wants me to. But before I get into that, I did just want to touch base on the preliminary fiscal impact. So, as you know, the bill does include an appropriation of $243,000. And I pulled up the fiscal note from when this bill was in committee last session to explain where that number came from. And essentially, it is the estimated annual cost of the pilot program provided by the Department of Education that's based on the assumption that one school administrative unit in each of the 9 superintendent regions in the state would be participating in the pilot program at a cost of about $27 per school administrative unit. So that would be 90% of the $30,000 for each. The cost per region assumes the need for 3 teachers for 4 half-day sessions with 30 children participating. And that estimate did include transportation costs. At that time, any additional costs of the Department of Education, they thought they could absorb within their budgeted resources. However, you did get some written testimony from the department on this year's bill, and they did express some concern that they don't feel they have a staff member with the requisite knowledge and capacity to absorb and effectively carry out the responsibilities of overseeing the program, and that some additional funding might be needed to support the creation of a position. The department also raised that while they must use these additional state funds to supplement and not supplant federal funds, given the access to some of the emergency funding, federal funding coming in, that they felt that some of this additional funding might be duplicative. And they may be able to talk more to that as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rissler. I do know we have the bill sponsor, Representative Peirce, with us, who had an amendment that she'd like to present. So I'd like to recognize her.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate being here and talking about the summer learning and this bill yet again for, I think I've done it every session that I've been here, but, and I really appreciate how you're laying out the report backs from the public hearing, Hillary. It's very clear and very, just as my first work session. So thank you. Models to live by. So I took to heart the public testimony that I heard, particularly from the department. And I had some conversations with J.C. Holmes in the department after that public hearing. Didn't happen as I didn't reach out as quickly as I probably should have. So I sort of did it yesterday during the snow day because I was thinking, oh my gosh, now I'm in a work session and I need to be thinking about this. And I think what's become very apparent, and just a little bit of history, the language in this bill is from last session. I worked with the DOE last session to put this language in, which at the time felt like exactly the right thing to do. Like we were able to maybe make some headway in summer learning and after school program. No, last March 17th, the world sort of changed for us. We're in a whole new different world around this, and we are receiving quite a bit of federal funding specifically for this endeavor, this type of endeavor over the next year or so. And we got some prior to that as well. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, have you seen a one-pager from the department about where we are with all of the funding sources and where they're being used right now, or is that coming?
I think that might be coming. And actually,
Okay.
while we're here, I'm going to promote J.C. Holmes from
Great.
into the panelist.
So my excellent conversation with JC really illuminated how many things are flowing through and the work that we're being done and how we might be thinking about this in a current COVID and post-COVID environment around summer learning, after school. It has not only to do with academics, it has to do with social emotional well-being. There's just a plethora of things that we might want to address differently than we might have done this a year ago. And so what also became very apparent to me was that we don't really track this very well. I think they do within the DOE, but that knowledge isn't shared necessarily with the Committee of Jurisdiction. And having sat on this committee, I know how important it is that we get sort of streamlined information and data in order to make informed decisions or to dig deeper into some sort of area that we want to focus more on. Sometimes we do that through MEPRI, sometimes we do that through bills. And so in having these conversations with the DOE and with JC, it became apparent that maybe what we should really be doing is reporting more regularly to the Education Committee on these types of programs, where they're happening, how they're happening, what type of funding they're getting, whether it's state or federal, the duration of them, and even if we could look at maybe some outcomes. And then also when they're reporting back to this committee, that they do so in a way that offers some possibility for legislation or reform so that we can continue to advance this as we move forward. I don't think any of us really know what school's going to look like in the next 5 years or the next 10 years, especially with the way COVID has changed it. And I think we want to stay really focused on what we're doing during the course of the entire year, after school, before school, summer. And this might be a way to keep the kind of the pedal to the metal a little bit, by giving better information and having more concrete conversations around that on an annual basis. So my amendment would strike the pilot program. I think that JC spoke about this in her first report to you, that really there's a lot going on, and it'd be great to have a good update about that. And then it would require this sort of report back to the education on an annual basis, with a caveat in there that they really, when they're reporting back, it's not just data, but it's like where we're going to head and why, and what the legislature or what the DOE, the administration, can do to further the way we're looking at summer learning, and maybe even learning all around the school year. Thank you.
Real quick before we get to questions, I do want to bring the committee's attention that Hillary did forward us around 9:25 a.m. The materials from the department with the Q&A document that does highlight a couple of the things that Representative Peirce did mention. Does anyone have any questions for Representative Peirce? Seeing none, Ms. Holmes, I don't know if you have anything you'd like to add or jump in. And
well, certainly we did prepare the Q&A for you. There is currently, in the last 2 years, over $3 million that's been spent on summer programming, a combination of state general fund and ESEA funds under Title I, Title II, Title IV, and even some IDEA funds. And there have been 84 SAUs and 5 community organizations that have been part of those summer programmings. And I also sit, I'm the federal liaison and state legislative liaison, but also sit on the Coronavirus Relief Fund application review and all of the ESSER 1 and now ESSER 2 applications. And I will say that our school administrative units have been extremely thoughtful in terms of the kinds of ways that they are meeting with stakeholders and determining the kinds of programming that they need, both during the school year, the kinds of technical support, and they are already beginning in meetings with the commissioner, with superintendents and the education associations to begin planning for what kinds of assessments do they need to do this spring in order to plan for summer programming. They're also looking at supporting tutoring, and we have, between the two ESSER funding streams, close to $227 million. One of the ESSER funds goes until 2022. The other goes until 2023. We anticipate in the next couple of weeks of receiving President Biden's COVID funding, and that may go out further. So there certainly will be, over the next period of time, I'm already seeing summer programming in the applications. We also are finding, as I said to Representative Peirce, we spoke for probably half an hour or so yesterday, that there are a number of districts that already have amended either their CRF, application or their ESSER application to more accurately portray exactly how they're now going to use the money, because when they actually did the original application in August, it might have looked like they needed to do one thing. Now in February, it's looking differently. So we feel, certainly we support the concept of moving forward with a requirement for us to report. I've worked with Travis Dowdy, who is our federal grants 21st century consultant, and he prepared a lot of the Q&A that was prepared for you this morning. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Woodson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to thank Representative Peirce for her actions this morning and looking at the big picture. But as we discuss this, and as Ms. Holmes brings up the various issues, and the fact that COVID has basically shaken up education throughout the United States, especially Maine, it seems like there's a lot of moving parts going on, some of which coming from the federal government, we don't even know exactly what's going on. Personally, I feel a need for more information on what is coming, or what is potentially coming down the road, to be informed on voting for a lot of these bills that's coming before us. I mean, does that make any sense to anybody? Am I making myself clear? I guess I'm looking for more information guidelines.
I apologize. My hound dog is making ridiculous noises behind me. So if you hear any loud groans or barking, that's what's going on. Representative Peirce, did you have anything you wanted to respond to Senator Woodson on that?
Well, I guess I just wanted a little bit of a clarification. I think part of the reason that I brought this change forward was for that exact reason, that I think that there's a lot of information and a lot of moving parts that are swirling around. And I think having something in statute that gave an annual report back to this committee around this particular issue would be a great guiding force so that we could understand how we're making decision and why. It felt after my conversation with the department that to create something completely new at this time seemed premature, especially in light of just the shifting sands and the changes of what's going on. So if you're talking about more information about summer learning, I think that this bill completely addresses that. I'm not 100% sure if you want just general more information.
No, more information generally. What needs the Department of Education sees and what funding is coming forward.
Ms. Holmes?
Yes, certainly we've gotten over 325 million, in coronavirus relief funds. Some of that's being scheduled for summer programming, but the bulk of it is probably going to be done through the elementary and secondary education emergency relief fund, of which we received 43.7 million last spring in April, and we're receiving now 183.1 million that can be spent between now and September of 2023. Summer programming is an allowable usage of that. It's very specifically enumerated as one of those 12 allowable uses. The superintendents are meeting with the commissioner on a regular basis to begin planning the kinds of summer programming as well as tutoring that they plan on putting into place. Knowing that different students are in different places by virtue of a combination of hybrid and remote, and very much are feeling that summer programming is going to be critical. We support them moving in that direction and are on a daily basis reviewing applications that have such items in them.
Thank you very much, Ms. Holmes. Senator Woodson, did you have follow-up or any further clarification?
No, that's good. Thank you.
I had Representative Stearns followed by Representative Millette. Oh, I have Representative Millette or Representative Stearns. I saw you put your hand down. Do you still want to go?
Last time I left my hand up, and so I was trying to do a good job by putting my hand down. So I struggle with the hand function.
No worries. You can also do the old-fashioned hand if that also works. I'll try to keep my eyes out. But Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It appears to me that the greatest difficulty for local school systems, the barriers are time, staff, and students. And it doesn't appear to me that they perhaps are in need of finances, because at this particular time with the federal money particularly coming in, it appears that those resources are there. It's going to be up to the locals to figure out how to connect the staff with the students and bring them up to speed. Hearing from the department on that, I think that I have great faith in the local school systems to be able to assess where students are at and to bring them forward. What I'm wondering is, do we need to do a statute for a report back, or might we consider crafting a letter to the department requesting that report back on where people are with remedial work and bringing what the COVID plan is? I don't know if I expressed that very well, but I'm wondering if we could do that via a letter rather than through statute.
Representative Peirce, do you have anything you'd like to respond with that?
Well, first of all, I think Hillary can share the language if you would like to see that on your screen. I know it was sent via email this morning, but definitely we could do that. I think for me, this is one of those things that gets lost in the shuffle of everything that we do, right? Like it just sort of, oh yeah, we should be thinking about summer learning. Oh yeah, let's try to do something. And it never really moves the needle in a meaningful way. And I feel like by putting it in statute, and I don't think it's unheard of to put something like this in statute, although I'll defer to Hillary about that. It might give it a little more weight, a little more gravity as we honestly really reassess how we're going to be teaching kids pre-K through 20, for pre-K all the way up into whatever they're going to do after high school. And I think we're going to have to be looking at that really closely over the next few years. I'm happy to maybe entertain a sunset clause in it so that it wasn't there forever. But I feel like to give it a little bit of, let's go do this. It feels like it needs more than just, hey, we want you to do this for us in the future. But I can appreciate that comment having sat on the committee. And I know you get a lot of report backs and things.
Senator Daughtry, do you want me to do a screen share with the drafted language?
Yes, that'd be great. And then also Ms. Holmes, I saw you had your hand up as well.
Certainly, we welcome the amendment to really commit us to specific report items. Travis Dowdy, who's our 21st century consultant, does that for the ESEA funds. But I think, as I said to Representative Peirce yesterday afternoon, the landscape has changed with COVID. And I think the mechanisms going forward to provide tutoring and to provide summer programming are something that we would be more than willing to report on an annual basis and look at the kinds of programs, the kinds of partnerships, what children have been impacted, what kinds of growth have they seen as a result of that. It is a different landscape, and I think education is going to be different going forward.
No, that makes sense. Thank you. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Risler, for sharing your screen. For some reason, I'm not getting any of the emails with this particular language, so this is very helpful. And I welcome this change. I think this is really important information. We only get a taste of it anecdotally. And as a state that has claimed to be very concerned about equity and equal access to opportunity, when you're local control, it's really hard to know how we are doing in that area. And so we have to rely on the department to gather this information so we can get a sense of what's happening in our schools. Otherwise, we are looking at a black box. So I think this is a great change and I plan on supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Do we have any further questions? Seeing none, I'll just take the time to say that thank you, Representative Peirce, and thank you, Ms. Holmes. It's nice to see this amendment, especially echoing what Representative Millette just said. I'd like that this is working with the department and is an excellent way to move the ball forward and just really get an accurate depiction of what we really are facing and what's going on in our school districts instead of just looking at anecdotes. Representative Brennan. Representative Brennan, you're on mute.
Thank you. But Representative Peirce, essentially what you've done is take the appropriation out of the bill and then scope it down to this report that would be provided to the committee on an annual basis. And I agree with Representative Millette and the comments by other people. I also think one of the reasons why it should remain in statute is because we want an annual report and an annual update. And we need to have something that's going to transcend legislature as well as transcend administrations. And so the way that you've drafted this amendment would allow that to happen. And hopefully, we would see trends over time and we would see reports over time related to this issue. So I appreciate the amendment and I appreciate the way it's drafted, and I would fully support going forward as it's proposed.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Stearns.
Yes, I would just say that after reading the language here, that and hearing a little bit more about it, I concur and would back away from my suggestion of the letter. I think it would be a wise departmental function to address that in an annual report regarding summer learning. So I've come around.
Thank you, Representative Stearns, and you're absolutely right. It gives us a much more accurate picture, which I really like that aspect. Senator Woodson?
No, I was just trying to read the amendment, and my thought was we needed a deadline in there, but it says January 15th, 2022.
Yep.
Is that soon enough, or should we go like December 31st?
I would defer Ms. Holmes if you want to weigh in there.
We could certainly change it to December 1st of 2021, if you so chose.
Looking for any feedback from the committee on that. I'm Representative Peirce, followed by Representative Millett. Oh,
So I certainly appreciate thinking about the date in a very constructive way. I'm actually wondering about maybe making it October of 21, which I think would give enough time. And that would actually give some time legislatively if anybody wanted to submit legislation around it that might have been recommended, that might be outside of what the DOE might do. It's not unusual for an October date of a report back from what I remember of all those report backs, but
yeah,
I throw that as a suggestion and a friendly amendment.
I like that.
My only question for that date is I know that October 1st is usually the reporting deadline for schools. Would it be better to do the middle or the end of the month?
I'll always defer to the analysts on those type of things.
This one, I guess I'm deferring to Ms. Holmes of when the best date in October would be.
Given that they're verifying the data, you might put it as November 1st to give us enough time to do verification. We also will be looking at staffing numbers. We're putting that in the ESSER 2 application so we can look at how many, and actually reports for Title I funds aren't due until October 15th. So that only gives us about 2 weeks. How about November 15th? I'm getting texts as I'm talking.
I'm not sure about this Zoom world. You just get flooded from all avenues, don't you?
Yes.
And then your dog just starts groaning behind you and all bets are off. Okay, so I'm seeing sort of consensus around November 15th, correct? Seems to be best for the department. Is that correct, Ms. Holmes?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I think we have the amendment in front of us with a suggested friendly amendment, November 15th, 2021. Representative Millett?
Are you ready for a motion?
I think I am.
Wonderful. Madam Chair, I'd like to move ought to pass as amended with the language that we see before us with the change of date to November 15th, I believe.
2021.
2021.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Representative Millett and seconded by Representative Dodge. Do I have any conversation? Actually, thank you, Ms. Rissler. Any conversation on the motion before us? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor as ought to pass as amended, please raise your hand. And again, Laura, after I've read off your name. So I have Representative Millett, Senator Daughtry, Representative Dodge, Representative Lyman, Senator Woodson, Representative Brennan, Representative Stearns, Representative McCray, Representative Sampson, Representative Roach, Representative Salisbury, and Representative Crockett. It is unanimous of those present and voting. Do you need any clarification on that, Ms. Rissler or Sam? Are you ready to go on that?
Nope, I'm good. And this is a good, oops, sorry, I know Representative Peirce wanted to say something before she needs to go.
Well, I just wanted to thank you. I appreciate you, your flexibility in hearing this amendment. I know we're in a brave new world and I wish I'd gotten to you a little sooner. So I appreciate the great conversation around it. I still owe you some European bakery and I'm looking forward to that happening. And in the meantime, I'll go patronize there and have one for you. So take care.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I look forward to seeing you all soon.
I just wanted to take a quick moment, refresh those of you who are returning members and some information for the newer members on what happens from here on these bills that are amended. And so basically I'll take the draft that you saw and we'll start processing it through the revisor's office. And there will always be some changes. If there's anything big, any big questions that come up, I don't think they'll come up in this particular instance, but I'll bring them back to you in front of the committee for language review, so that you can see the final language. And if there are any questions or I realize that there's something that needs to be changed, I'll ask the committee for that before anything gets reported out of committee. So anytime you vote on either with draft language or sometimes even without any language in front of you, you will always see it again for final approval before it gets reported out of committee.
Thank you, Ms. Rissler. And with that, I will close the work session on LD 55. Thank you so much, Representative Peirce. And with that, we will open the work session on LD 104. Give Ms. Rissler a second to bring up her report.
I'm going to see if I can try to make the text a little bigger for you on this one. I noticed a few people were squinting.
If everyone starts leaning in.
Exactly. Let's see if this is any better. How's that look?
Perfect.
All right, so this is LD 104, which is an act to protect the health of student athletes by requiring the establishment of procedures to report concussions. This bill requires the Commissioner of Education to create a procedure by which school administrative units and private schools report annually the number of student athletes who experience concussive and other head injuries while participating in school activities and athletics. And during the public hearing, the sponsor, Representative Brennan, did suggest a friendly amendment to make the procedure voluntary by changing the shall to a may. During the public hearing, proponents of the bill testified that while the protocols and education efforts related to concussions have advanced since previous legislation was passed, that the legislation did not include a provision for data collection, and that DOE does not currently collect statewide data on the number of concussions that concur each year. That there is an initiative through Colby College, which you'll hear about later in this work session, but that not all schools participate in it, and that establishing a procedure for all schools to report concussions to DOE would streamline the data collection, and that would aid in the development of guidelines for concussion prevention and treatment. Some proponents also expressed a concern that the bill should be expanded to include a procedure for reporting concussions for all students and not just the student athletes. You did not hear any testimony in opposition. You did hear from neither for nor against, echoing some of the concerns of the proponents, that while they support the development of a reporting tool to allow for the gathering of data, there's also this concern that the data is only being gathered from athletics. So I just wanted to provide you with the statutory sections that are currently in law regarding concussions. Essentially, the commissioner has to develop a model policy for management of concussive and other head injuries. And at the bottom of this page is actually a link to the department's website that includes what that model policy looks like. And then similarly, school boards must adopt policies regarding concussions and preventing concussions. I will note the model policy was developed in association with the Acquired Brain Injury Advisory Council, which is Title 34B, Section 19001. This does link to that, and I will also note that they have an annual report that's up on the Health and Human Services Committee website if anybody is more interested in that particular organization.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rissler.
I got a little bit more, sorry. So I just, a couple issues I wanted to raise for the committee. And this came up during the public hearing about the question of aggregation of data and whether the data was sufficiently aggregated to be shared with the committee. And this touches on issues of personally identifiable information of students and student privacy. And I'm not going to go into all of it, but I did want to provide just a little bit of background information for you. Student privacy is generally governed by FERPA, and FERPA protects what are they call education records, which are defined as those records that contain information directly related to a student and which are maintained by an educational agency or institution or by a party acting for the agency or institution. So anything that's considered an educational record would be private and governed by FERPA. And there was some question of how HIPAA would also play into this. And so I did include a link from the Federal Department of Education, sort of talking about where HIPAA and FERPA align and don't align. And generally, if something is considered an educational record, it's going to be covered by FERPA. And that can include student health records. Things that are not covered by FERPA may be covered by HIPAA and may not be. The broader point of all of this has to do with, okay, what kind of data can you collect? And once you've collected it, how can you share it and how can you make it public? And this leads to the Maine Department of Education's data reporting and suppression policies. And the links are available here. I think the main takeaway for your consideration is that the more data points you have, as in if data points would be gender, sport, grade level, ethnicity, the more data points you have, the more likely you are to have to suppress data. Because if, for example, in a school, there's only one 9th grade female in that sport and they get a concussion, that data alone would identify that student. So that's just something to consider when anytime you're talking about data reporting is what actual data is going to be able to be reported publicly. So the committee did request some additional information about the current program, which is the Head Injury Tracker app. And I believe we have a number of people present as attendees who can help provide some better overview of what that program is, what it looks like, what it's gathering, how it works for athletic trainers or schools that don't have athletic trainers or nurses. Both the department, Mike Burnham from MPA, and I believe someone from Colby College was going to try to attend as well. Before I turn it fully over to them, the other question that was raised was about some of the other state laws. And so I included a link here. NCSL has a database of state laws on traumatic brain injuries that was enacted between 2009 and 2014. Obviously, that's a little bit dated now, but it is sort of a good overall look if you want to look at the broader. Almost every state has some sort of law on concussion prevention. However, specific to reporting, less states have specific data on concussion reporting. I did pull a few states for you here, and I don't need to go through it all, but I included these states because both Connecticut and Hawaii, I was able to actually pull their annual reports so that you could see what these laws are producing in terms of substantive data. And I'll have those all posted on the webpage for anyone who's watching, hopefully in the next day or two as well. But if you're interested in what some of the other states are doing, that's a good resource. And then last but not least, we don't have a preliminary fiscal impact statement yet. I did include a little question here, potential state mandate. And I don't need to get into this fully right now. But the committee, of course, should know that in Maine, that if there is a law that requires a local unit of government to expand or modify its services activities so as to necessitate additional expenditures, then it either needs to be funded at 90% or it needs to be passed with a 2/3 vote. This current bill as drafted is more about creating a procedure, but you do want to consider when you get to mandating reporting from schools, especially for those schools that maybe don't have athletic trainers, maybe don't have school nurses, that may be a discussion that you'll need to have down the road. So with that, I will turn it over to those who know more about the particular programs that you're talking about.
Ms. Holmes, did I see you with your hand up?
Yes, I did. There is a response from Emily Poland on page 3 of the Q&A document that we sent to you this morning.
Thank you so much. And I just promoted her to panelist as well, if she has anything to add. And then additionally, Representative Brennan, I don't know if you have anything you'd like to add, or should we hear from Ms. Poland, or? Oh, you're on mute. It's a very Monday, Wednesday.
Okay.
Do you want me to share the response from the department as a screen share? I'm seeing a couple thumbs up.
Go right ahead.
There you go.
Representative Brennan, did you want to add anything, or?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I just had 2 quick questions. JC, are you the only one here, or Ms. Holmes, you're the only one here from DOE?
No, Emily Poland is also here. The senators let her in.
Okay, I didn't see her. And then is Dr. Berkner available?
Don't see. So we have Mr. Burnham and Mr. Ryan, who I can promote. Representative Brennan.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay. So I guess at this point, I would ask Ms. Poland if she wanted to add any comments to the department's response. And then, so.
I don't think I need to add anything to the response. I think that, as you can see, that the department hasn't been collecting this data, that it has been an effort of main concussion management initiative. We have a very good working relationship as part of the work of the concussion work group that includes, the MPA and MCMI, and happy to continue to work with them. So I don't really have anything to add, Representative.
So, Madam Chair, if I could ask a follow-up question, Ms. Poland. In the response from the department, it said that the data from the Management Concussion Initiative is available to school districts through a passcode and whatever. Would that data on an aggregate basis also be available to DOE?
If we asked the schools to send us their data, yes.
Okay. Okay.
But it would be the schools reporting to us.
Okay. And the number, tell me if I'm right or wrong, but out of 151 school districts, I believe that there are 31 that participate now in the initiative.
That was the initial number I was told. I think that Mike Brennan from, not Mike Brennan, I'm confusing names here, sorry. Mike Burnham from MPA has actually more recently talked directly to Dr. Berkner from MCMI and might have a more accurate number.
Okay. So, but, it's at this point, our best estimate is that maybe a third or less are participating in the initiative.
Correct.
Okay.
Not a big number.
So thank you. So, Madam Chair, if I could just follow up on those comments quickly. I want to thank our analyst for the research that she did on this, and in particular, the reports from Connecticut and the report from Hawaii, I think were illuminating in terms of the possibility of what could be done. That's what we're looking for. Those type of reports are the ideal and something that I think we should strive for. And those reports covered almost everything that was raised in the public hearing in terms of in-school concussions related to athletic events and non-athletic related events, concussions. It covered the demographic information. It covered length of time of academic loss and what type of health interventions. So it was just very clear what could be done. And what Hawaii and Connecticut are doing, I think, are something that we want to strive for here in the state of Maine. But at the same time, I'm just not sure that we have the infrastructure within the department to immediately construct a report like that. And being sensitive to what Ms. Risler already said and others have said, I'm not in a position where I want to request that every school district is mandated to provide that data for this type of report. So I do have an amendment that I'd be willing to offer at this point, but I'd also like to hear if there are any comments from Mr. Burnham and or other members of the committee.
Well, I guess I'll start with just some comments that I agree with Emily in talking with Dr. Berkner, and I thought he was going to be here today to kind of talk about the work that MCMI is doing. It no longer is at Colby College. It's now housed at the University of New England in Bedford. They continue to do good work with the tracking of this information, but certainly they would like to see more schools participate so that the data becomes a little richer and gives an opportunity to be a little bit more informed. They have received a grant from the NFL in support of this. The same programs being used in Massachusetts currently, and Dr. Berkner has teamed up with a concussion expert out of Harvard Medical. So I think that, you know, as we move forward, working with the DOE, supporting the collection of data, as long as it's de-identified. I do believe everybody saw a copy of the HIT app that UNE had sent along. I forwarded that to Hillary. I think everybody has that, so you can log in and look at exactly the information, the de-identified information that is collected. So, John Ryan, John, if you want to add anything.
Duran. Welcome. Oh, we lost you.
Oh, there we go. Good morning. I don't have a whole lot more to add. As you know, I reached out to all of you after the committee hearing last week. I knew there were a lot of questions that you all had coming out of there, so I tried to clarify some things. I did find out yesterday that there were only 12 of us that are using the HIT app. It's nothing that's required for athletic trainers in the state to use. I wish there were more of my colleagues that were using it because it's fairly easy to use. You know, I know Mike has sent along some information about the HIT app and what's being recorded. Each athlete that comes in with a concussion is given an identification number, which serves the purpose to de-identify them. So there really is no way for anybody to know who the athlete or student would be that the data is being collected on. I think it's a useful tool, but I'm also very much aware of some of the logistical challenges that the DOE and even the schools are going to face in trying to implement something like this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan. Right now I'm seeing a question from Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure that I'm not missing something. So the goal of the bill is to encourage data to be collected about concussions so that it can be reported out, we can gather that data. And so in having the school districts report on that, there is currently a mechanism to do that with the HIT app and working with the MCMI. It's free. I know that only a few districts are using it. So it sounds like the mechanism is there for school districts to use. It's just the encouraging of districts to use that. And then the second part of that, I realize, however, that a lot of school districts don't have nurses or athletic trainers. So that creates that bit of a problem. But I'm wondering if it wouldn't be something that coaches or couldn't use. So I'm wondering are we looking to create something new, or are we looking to just encourage the use of the current system, or what really the goal is?
Representative Brennan, would you like to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Representative Salisbury. The issue at this particular point, again, when you look at Hawaii and when you look at Connecticut, is that there's no that data that's gathered through the HIT app is not aggregated at a state level, and it's only available to local school districts. We don't mandate that people use the HIT. And we've just heard the participation rate is fairly low. So the question really before the committee, I'm not prepared to say that I think we should mandate the school districts use the HIT app, but I think we can work with the department to encourage more school districts to participate, and that we can try to aggregate the data that we can get through the HIT app at a statewide level, and also potentially develop other data points. So I think relative to what everybody else is saying, we do have an application, we do have a mechanism for gathering that data, but unfortunately at this point, the participation rate is fairly low. And absent mandating that school districts use that, we're at a point now, I think, of encouraging them and having the department work with local school districts and take the data that we do have from the HIT app and aggregating that at a state level.
Okay, so that information, I'm sorry, can I follow up? So the information that could be received from that HIT app potentially could be aggregated. That information could be useful to gather that. Yes. It's just a matter of having a central collection point so that we can use that information.
Right, correct.
Great, thank you very much.
Senator Woodson?
Yes, I'm very surprised that the limited number of schools that are involved. I mean, this has been been available for several years. I realize that forcing schools to do this is a big step, but it's critical. It's a critical situation, concussions. Is there a way we can educate or encourage schools to become involved, even if it's a local data collection rather than a state? And maybe Mr. Ryan can answer this. Why has there been so few schools involved in this program? You were saying only 12 people using the application.
Yeah, I wished I had an answer for that. And I don't want to throw any of my colleagues under the bus. It's a free app and doesn't take a lot of time to input the data into it. But for whatever reason, they're not doing it. And I know that's not a great answer, and I can certainly reach out to my colleagues and find out, why they're not using it. Is there a stumbling block? to them not using it. I know through MCMI that they've put some things in place in terms of, my colleagues being able to get continuing education units that we all need to maintain our certification. That's been dangled as a carrot, and yet we still don't have a lot of those choosing to take advantage of that. But I can certainly try to get answers to that for you.
Now, how many schools actually are involved in concussion protocols? Even though only 12 are using it, how many are actually have concussion protocols within their school?
By state statute, all schools are supposed to have a policy. And as I referenced in testimony a short while ago, there are about 90 of our public and private high schools that have athletic training coverage of some sort, whether that's full-time, part-time. So out of those schools that have athletic training coverage, only 12 of them are using the HIT app. But all of them are by law supposed to have concussion policies.
Well, what's the feedback you get from the 90 schools? I mean, how prevalent is the concussion issue? I mean, on an average, I remember when I was back in 2014 at Freiburg Academy, I mean, we would have half 18 to 20, 24 kids that would have received a concussion during the school year. That's athletics.
I would say that those figures haven't changed much. In any given year, I know I'm looking at between 16 and 18. And those are all athletics. And I'm sure that there are still some kids that are participating in athletics that do their level best to not report and hide symptoms because they know that they're going to miss some time while they're recovering.
Thank you.
So up next, I have Representative Dodge, followed by Representative Sampson, followed by Representative Stearns.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions, please. I mentioned the hesitancy about reporting such injuries in our last meeting, so I won't belabor that option now, but I have questions around how the Maine Principals Association is perhaps currently or could in the future provide the education needed for either school nurses, a specific coach who happens to be a geek, or the athletic director to latch onto this and say, oh, I could report this, number one. I also wonder about, could this be coupled with some other reports that are provided by athletic directors at the local level? Simply add a spot on that form, to allow athletic directors to simply answer a couple of questions in conjunction with other reports that they file. And my last part is about, there used to be regional meetings for all coaches of different sports by season. And is there some training and perhaps a guest speaker from the Maine Principals Association who could pop into those regional meetings that are held for each sports season to help spread the word? Thank you.
So we asked a lot of questions. We have promoted the HIT app and the MCMI without being directly involved in it. That we, right from the very beginning, were involved with the DOE and the concussion work group, and have supported the use of that. We certainly would continue to support the use of that. Dr. Ryan's the head of the Maine Athletic Trainers Association. I think we would partner with that group and continue to to support that. In terms of attending the regional meetings, the athletic directors meet on a monthly basis. That's probably the best avenue that we have to get to the coaches, even though every one of our individual sports have liaisons from the Coaches Association. But we could provide that information. In terms of the athletic directors submitting the information, I think that the form is designed in a way that they could very easily input that information just as a trainer or a school nurse could, that I don't think that it's restrictive to a medical professional. So I think as long as each school, through their concussion management team, would make the reporting as a part of the process, that we would get the information that we could, and we could promote that.
Do you have a follow-up, Representative Dodge? You're on mute.
Thank you. I hope that's my first offense, and maybe it'll be my only one. Never. My specific question was around thank you, Madam Chair. My specific question was around other reports that athletic directors currently must file about the number of student athletes in any given sport, other sorts of information that they must provide. Is there currently a spot on that form, or could there be a spot created on that form that would perhaps encourage and foster the participation we're seeking? Thank you.
That is not something that, with the student data, the student information, that's an eligibility report, the year at school, the date of birth, meeting our eligibility requirements. My concern with putting some type of a medical provision into a reporting tool is it now becomes identifiable. And I think that we've all agreed that this information should, because of the HIPAA and FERPA regulations, we should be very careful around identifying the individual student.
Thank you. Representative Sampson, followed by Senator Woodsum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question, I think, is probably to Dr. Ryan. You mentioned the easiness of the HIT app. What are the fields that are being collected? What information is being collected? What are the specific questions? Or if it's lengthy, is that something that you could provide for us? I'd be very, very interested. Thanks.
Yeah, as far as the information that we're inputting, there's a section on symptoms. So there's, I think there's 22 or 26 symptoms, ranging from headaches to nausea to difficulty with concentrating, remembering, anxiety, sleep disturbance, things like that. The date of the injury, questions around, are they an athlete or a non-athlete? Where the injury occurred. So did it happen in practice? Did it happen in a game? Did it happen at Shawnee Peak skiing? There's some basic medical history type questions around previous concussion history, anxiety, depression diagnosis. Are they on any types of medications? Those types of medical questions. And then there are two additional questions around returning to academics and returning to sport.
Now, can I just have a quick follow-up, Madam Chair? So is this identifiable per students? Do we have their name, their age, sex, all that stuff? Is that also documented?
No. One of the first things we do is there's a tab to click on that creates an ID. So each student gets an ID number. And I keep track of those ID numbers so that if they suffer another concussion while they're at my high school, I can better keep track of their concussion history with that ID number. But there's no name, there's no grade level. There is a date of birth, which I think it would be pretty difficult to track a student on their date of birth because there could be several kids at my high school that would have that same birth date.
If I could just follow up one more short one. So, I mean, when you have the date of birth and you have the sport and you have the school, that narrows it down. So it could actually be tracked to an individual. I mean, it would, even if you had two kids on the same team at the same school with the same birth date, it would narrow it down significantly. And you have other factors that would be able to identify it. So what I'm trying to get at is there are ways that you could actually identify the student. Is that true?
On the report itself, the school isn't mentioned. So it's just, you see the ID number, the date of birth, gender, that sort of stuff. But like I said, the school is not mentioned. There's no name of the student. So I think it would be really hard for somebody to be able to say, oh, I know who that person is or what school that's coming from.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Senator Woodson?
Thank you. What's interesting from my own experience is that all the kids in the school know who the kid is anyway. I mean, they talk pretty freely. I don't know if it's not known publicly, but I mean, it is known. Couple of questions. What is the cost range? I know the bigger schools are going to have more costs, but what does it take financially to set up a program that could handle this with a training or anything like that? And also another thing is, does UNE or these other educational institutions have trainers, and are they available to go into schools? This is Mr. Ryan or anyone can answer.
The state currently has 3 athletic training education programs. UNE, USM, and University of Maine all have education programs for students who would major in athletic training. The high schools in those areas that have athletic training coverage, those people serve as preceptors for athletic training students in those programs. So it's kind of like student teaching. So we'll, in any given year, I'll take on 1 or 2 students, either from UNE or USM over the course of the semester. So they'll come in and do a clinical rotation, just like nurses would do when they go out to the hospitals. I'm not sure if I completely answered your question or not.
I was wondering about the budget for a program like what you have, a similar program.
I think it largely depends on whether the school employs the athletic trainer themselves or if they've contracted with, in your area of the state, you're probably contracting with Southern Maine Healthcare. So Southern Maine Healthcare would work with Massabesic and determine the level of coverage that Massabesic would want, whether that's to have somebody there every day to cover practices and games, or they're 1 or 2 days a week and then primarily game coverage. So contractually, that's all hammered out between the school and Southern Maine Healthcare. With the schools that employ their athletic trainers, salaries are kind of all over the map. Some schools have their athletic trainers listed with their school nurses, so they're part of the healthcare services that the high school provides. And some schools have chosen not to do that. When I started out early in my career at Bangor, I was listed as a teacher, but the bulk of my day was spent administering athletic health care. If I had to give you a ballpark on what it would cost a school with salary and benefits, you're probably talking $35,000 a year.
Ms. Rissler, I see your hand up. I didn't know if you wanted to jump in here on the potential cost. Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
Sorry about being on mute. I just wanted to mention sort of in some of my research on other states and specifically Hawaii, when they put their program together, they did do it through the Department of Kinesiology and Rehabilitation Science at the University of Hawaii, the Department of Education, and the Hawaii High School Athletic Association. Now their program was much bigger than just the data collection and monitoring. It, included training, it included a lot of things. But then when that was passed in 2016 by the Hawaii legislature, it did pass with an appropriation of $450,000.
Thank you. Senator Woodson, did you follow up at all?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Representative Roach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I get, my question is on I know there's 12 schools using the HIT app. We don't have data on how many schools are using Impact.
I could get that data for you. When I reached out to my contact at UNE to get the number of schools that were using HIT app, that was my specific focus, but I can get that number on Impact as well.
Yeah, please, thank you. And my follow-up, please. I guess my question is, the data is fine. Finding data and it's what is done with the data that always concerns. I mean, sure, 14 kids had concussions at Kennebunk High School. I'm going to use Kennebunk because I don't want to use Wells. Kennebunk High School. To get what is then done with that data? You collect the data. Does it just go, hey, now just so everyone in the state knows, football had 122 concussions last year compared to this. Those are the concerns I have. What's done with data? We just collecting data for the sake of collecting data to know how many concussions there are in sports, or are we doing stuff with the data to educate maybe prevention of concussions and things like this?
Anyone want to jump in on that one?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Representative Roach, again, if you look at Hawaii and you look at Connecticut, one of the things that jumps out is the number of young women playing soccer that get concussions. And if you were to ask most people, what sport do you think produces the most concussions, they almost always would say football. And in recent years, we found out, because we've not gathered it in the state of Maine, but nationally, that young women playing soccer have a very high rate of concussion. That then would influence your training, that would influence your education within that particular sport on how to prevent concussions. So that's where I think the data, if it were aggregated at a state level and we're able to look at it, it would answer the question that you had in terms of being useful in terms of how sports might react to concussions, that if you just took it at face value, might think almost nobody would be affected in that particular sport.
Any follow-up on that, Representative Roach? Okay. Do I see any other questions from the committee at this time? Seeing a lot of not moving one way or another faces. Representative Brennan, with all the information that's before us, sort of where are you feeling like going with this?
Well, I'm ready to make a motion if you're ready to accept it.
I'm always happy to entertain a motion.
Okay. So this motion is trying to take into account all the different variables and what people have said. This motion also is not in search of the perfect. It's trying to start where we are and move to a better place. So I will move ought to pass on LD 104 as amended, with the amendment being the DOE will provide a report to the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs on January 31st, 2022, and every subsequent year that provides data on the incidences of concussions related to student athletes in Maine. The DOE may use existing databases or develop new data points as appropriate and adhere to confidentiality requirements. DOE will also make recommendations regarding best practices for collection of data.
I would second that motion, Madam Chair. Thank you.
We have a motion made by Representative Brennan and a second from Representative Dodge. Do we have any discussion on the motion in front of us? Representative Stearns.
You're on mute, Representative Stearns.
My apology. Thank you, Madam Chair. A few thoughts. You know, we're all aware that you know, concussion in sport and concussion in general is an extremely important issue. I don't think the timing of this bill could be any worse. I think that we might be a little bit tone deaf to a worldwide pandemic when we're singling out concussions and attempting to put onto the Department of Education some type of data collection. My feeling is that the Maine Principals Association, along with the athletic trainers, can continue to perhaps in the referee world, it might be a point of emphasis that they really reach out to more schools to take part in data collection and figure out a way to aggregate that. You know, if I were going to study anything right now in schools, I would study depression, not concussion. So for that reason, at this point, I would not be able to support the motion. Again, understanding that student concussions are an important facet of our life. And the other piece is, Madam Chair, we may wish to caucus on this matter.
Would you like to call a corner caucus right now, or do you want to hear a little bit more of the conversation, Representative Stearns?
Let's hear a little bit more, and after the discussion, we're texting back and forth here a little bit. With the amendment and all that, so we may wish to corner caucus on.
Yeah, just let me know when you want to. It's funny, we talked about doing dress rehearsal so everyone could figure out how to do their internet corner caucuses. So maybe this is our prototype time. One thing I just will add before I did see hands from Senator Woodson and Representative Dodge. I'm wondering if the bill sponsor, Representative Brennan, you know, I don't know what the pandemic, I know we're back in green, but many of the high impact sports have been put on hold because of the pandemic. Bailey, you are going to be fine. Would there be any way that you consider maybe sort of phase in that sort of considers, you know, building the infrastructure to give the department the time to sort of onboard this type of reporting, but keeping in mind that we are potentially not having this type of sports potentially this academic year, if that makes any sense?
Well, that's exactly why the amendment talks about using existing data points. And it doesn't require school districts to do anything differently than what they are doing at this particular point. And then it just says that if there's a possibility of developing other data points, they certainly can do that. But I'd be a little reluctant I think at this particular point, what's offered in the amendment is pretty much saying to the department, build off what you currently have, use existing data points, and tell us what you've learned or what you know by next January. And I again, given that the HIT app is being used by a relatively small number of students, I think what they might present us next year is going to only be the beginning of another discussion, because we really need over the next year. I agree with what Representative Stern said. We need to work with the Maine Principal Association, with athletic trainers and everybody else to really get more people to use this app and to start to give us a database that's a little bit more robust than what we have at this particular point. So again, that's why I see this as a starting point, and trying to move forward. And it doesn't require school districts to develop data or provide data. And it should be, within the scope of the department to be able to move forward with this amendment. So, Senator, if you had some ideas about how to scale it in or phase it in over time, I'd certainly be open to that as well.
Yeah, definitely just something I think for all of us to sort of keep in the back of our minds while the discussion's ongoing. Senator Woodson, followed by Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Representative Brennan, this is just simply, your amendment is just simply asking for a report back by the Department of Education on concussions. Is that correct? What they know?
Using existing data or other data that the department may find. Or they would end up explaining to us the limitations of the data that exists and make recommendations on how we might be able to get better data.
Okay. I mean, as I look at the big picture of the health of Maine students, I mean, this is very important. I support the whole program, but I think more school nurses personally are more important right now than this. But I don't have a big problem with simply a report back. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Woodson. Ms. Holmes, did I see your hand go up? You're on mute.
No. I wondered if there might be a friendly consideration for an amendment that maybe it be the department working with the Maine Principals Association to look at increasing the data, because we don't have it right now, and we certainly need to look further with the doctor at UNE. So if it was broader to reflect a number of partners that we would work together with to look at how the lay of the land plays out, I think would be perhaps more workable.
Thank you, and that's an excellent friendly amendment.
It says we have agreement from the motion seconder, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. I have in my notes, existing staff check mark. Does that mean that we are okay with DOE as they are staffed presently? And a follow up to my earlier question to Mr. Byrne.
Representative Dodge, before I get on to the other question, I think we were asking whether you were okay with the friendly amendment from Ms. Holmes about including.
Absolutely, yes.
Now we can get to the question. I get that locked away.
Thank you. My apologies. So the first question is existing staff. The second question is perhaps a misunderstanding of my earlier question about the Maine Principals Association and their current report backs that athletic directors and coaches give. If that could include simply a place, has your school experienced any concussive instances in this athletic season? Check yes and enter number 2. No data. Thank you.
Anyone want to take a stab at that one?
This is Emily from DOE. I just wanted, with the existing staffing, I assume that you're asking about existing staffing at the department. And this is part of my work, has been, so I would say that it will continue to be part of my work, with or without this bill.
Thank you. Up next, I have Representatives Sampson and Representative McCray and Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess my question is, and Ms. Holmes essentially kind of led the way on this one, but my thought was, why are we adding another layer here? You're going to have more success on a program that's at a local level, getting things to happen with people that are the most closely aligned. So you've got the Maine Principals Association. They're already connecting. They're connected with the coaches. You have the University of New England that's collecting this information. Why does the Department of Education have to even be brought into this whole process?
Representative Brennan, would you like to respond?
I mean, quite simply, it's the only way that we can get aggregate statewide data. I mean, if we don't pass this bill, if we don't take a step, we're going to continue to have what we have now, which is no centralized aggregate data at the state level and fairly low participation with the HIT application and data collection at the local level.
And can I just follow up on that? Why can't, if the University of New England is collecting that information, why does the department also have to have it? I mean, I don't understand why we have to have this extra layer. And that's why I'm saying the University of New England, they already have like athletic trainers, they have that, they're sort of in this, they're kind of in this ball field, so to speak, no pun intended. Why can't we have the Maine Principals Association working with them and just take a layer of complexity out of this?
Yeah. Well, I guess, you know, the other way to look at this is we have a statewide policy passed in 2012 saying that every school district has to have a concussion protocol. We have no way of knowing whether or not that's working, what the impact has had, and no oversight by DOE or our education committee on this issue.
So with all due respect, Representative, don't you think the local administration is going to take this seriously? I mean, these are their kids, and can't they manage that from that end?
Well, again, Representative Sampson, all I was going to say is that we don't know at this point.
Trying to get the picture. Representative McCray, followed by Representative Stearns.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was particularly pleased at Ms. Holmes' comments about taking what we already have, and I would further that a little bit by having this cohort of the MPA and the Athletic Trainers Association and DOE sending out a notice that we are going to receive a report in January by statute, if this passes, by statute, and please consider complying, please consider voluntarily submitting information to make the report more useful, something along those lines. Being sent out either from MPA, DOE, athletic trainers, or all three in a unified letter. Thank you.
I don't know if anyone wants to respond to that, Representative Brennan, or
Representative McCray, could you state the question again?
Well, it wasn't so much a question.
I took it as a statement, but
yeah, the statement being that if we're bringing in the expert organizations, the DOE, the MPA, the Athletic Trainers Association, and any other group that we think could help us on this to collect data, to send out a message, probably from via communication from all of those organizations, imploring districts to send in information for a report that will be given in January of 2022
right,
to make it more useful.
That's correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Burnham, followed by Representative Stearns.
Just a couple of things. We've had a concussion work group working with all of those organizations in 2013, that when the concussion legislation and actually the focus on concussion came about, there was a work group. I know Dr. Ryan, Dr. Berkner, Emily and her predecessor, Nancy Doobie, the main principals, so that we were all very active in that work group, and certainly would continue to work collaboratively with all of those groups and gathering this information and getting that out. I also wanted to point out that since 2013 and the emphasis on head injuries and concussions, I think if you look at the sport of football and look at the changes that have taken place, you know, the techniques that are taught in that sport, you know, taking the head totally out of the game, limiting the contact that happens in practice. I think that this is an example of what can happen, and I would venture to say that football is not the one sport that has the most concussions right now per athlete. That both girls soccer and the sport of cheerleading would both be ahead of football. So, you know, I agree with Representative Roach in that how is this data used? And I think in the sport of football, we can say that the data that we've accumulated over time has truly changed that game and made it safer.
Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly appreciate the comments of Mr. Burnham, and Mike, it's good to see you again. And I would also fall back on some words of wisdom from Emily, Emily Poland, and it's good to see you again as well. And she said, we're going to continue this work with or without this bill. And for that particular reason and several others, I'm going to be voting ought not to pass on the bill. And I would encourage these groups to continue to do the fine work that they're doing and put as much positive pressure on your colleagues as you can to bring forth more data so that we can keep our students and our athletes safe.
Thank you, Representative Stearns. Do I have any other comments, questions, ideas, statements? Representative Brennan, anything you'd like to add?
Not at this point, other than I appreciate the comments from J.C. Holmes and from others, and I think this bill will continue to facilitate collaborative action, but it will elevate this issue to our committee and to the state level and give us data that will be able to make decisions relative to student athletes and their safety.
Thank you, Representative. Ms. Holmes?
Given that we're still in the midst of the pandemic, might we consider a January of 2023 report back?
Representative Brennan?
Well, that puts us into another legislative session.
Oh.
Oh, right.
Well, what about December of 2022?
How about if we did, let me see, December, what was the date that on the last bill was November?
November 15th.
Okay. But I think we had a question or a comment from our staff.
So if this is an annual report, then it should go in statute. And because it's going in statute, you could begin it in 2023. If you were seeing this as a one-time report, that's when you're more bound by the one-time limited, although you could still do a report to the next legislature. That's up to you.
No, I understand that, but typically one legislature would want the report back to that legislature as opposed to a future legislature. So So I would be fine with saying November 15th, 2022, if that makes more sense to the department at this point. And then I would just say that subsequent reports would be in January of the calendar year.
Representative Brennan, keeping in mind the DOE staffing, perhaps maybe not having the two reports due on the same date might not.
No, if you did one November, December of 2022, then the next one would be January of 24.
So wait, are you saying, do you mind restating that? I think you lost me a little bit in that loop.
Okay, I was agreeing with DOE to push the first report back the date to November of 2022.
Okay, I was thinking.
But they wouldn't have to make a report in January of 23.
Okay.
Then the next report after that would be January of 24.
Ms. Holmes, were you thinking more of a December or November? Was there a specific timeline, or was it just in considerations of the pandemic?
I think it was a consideration of the pandemic, and I think given that probably Emily would be the collaborative person working with MPA and others, and it will probably be Travis and I working on the LD 44 report. So 2 separate people, but it's within their job scopes.
Okay. Any thoughts, Representative McCray?
Thank you. It seems to me if we're going to push this along into late 2022, with all due respect, what good is that going to do this committee that's going to be out of action by, hopefully by November of 22? We will have outlived our usefulness, and it will come due when there is no committee to report, to receive it or do anything with it. That's my question.
Thank you, Representative McCray. Representative Crockett?
Yeah, kind of along the same lines as Representative McCray. Would, if the pandemic is the concern, and I totally understand that because there may not be any contact sports in the fall of 2021, would it make sense to leave the date where it is? But obviously, if there is no interscholastic sports activity to monitor, then you move the date back.
Ms. Rissler, if you can correct us, if it is in statute, doesn't that make it a little bit more difficult to be able to push that back?
You would have to amend the statute. However, you could, for example, do one report in unallocated language saying that if there is data, they should report by this date, but not have the statutory annual report due until 2022.
Okay.
If that addresses the concern.
Ms. Poland, did you have something to add as well?
Just going to say that if we kept that date of the 2022 next year, that, yeah, we can just acknowledge in the report that, hey, we're still in the pandemic and we've got limited data. So.
Yeah, you could also just have your first report in 2021. That is relatively quick.
I had Representative McCray, followed by Representative Roach, followed by Representative Millette.
This kind of supports what Ms. Poland just mentioned. There are going to be some sports, for example, they're playing basketball now. There are occasionally issues there. It's not a football, it's not soccer, it's not cheerleading, but there will be some aggregate data amassed between now and January of 22 to make the report a little more inclusive, although we may not have soccer data, we may not have football data or whatever. So I think leaving the date the way it is a good idea, frankly.
Thank you, Representative McCray. I have Representative Roach and then Representative Millette.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify real quick. One of the higher concussion sports is going on right now in Maine, and we're a high contact sport of hockey. So you do have a sport going on right now. I certainly hope that football is available in the fall of 2021. I will say I'm not really that supportive of this because I just think it's work that's already being done, being redone, and those kind of things just bother me. But that's it.
Representative Millette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I support the idea of going forward with the 2021 date. I think it's helpful to get data in multiple points of time. And perhaps, you know, maybe this particular academic year isn't that great, but the prior academic year or the one before that, I mean, maybe the department can go and give us a little bit of a look over a recent chunk of time. And then, you know, my hope is that as everyone leans more into this issue, the committee and the department will see improvement. So, you know, I think all data is good data as long as it's footnoted correctly. You know, if there are resources out there that is collecting this data, then hopefully they can provide access for the department to make the information even more robust. I suspect that there's going to be some pretty serious technicalities with that, but I don't know for sure. Thank you.
You Representative Millette. Do you have any further thoughts from the committee? Okay, so it sounds like I've heard a couple of different statements on whether to keep the existing date within the amendment as is, or potentially move it. Representative Brennan, do you have a particular place you'd like to land?
I think, given the comments of people on the committee, we should just keep it at January 31st, 2022 would be the first report, and then subsequent every year after.
Okay.
And I think Representative McCrae's right, and other people, that we will just, and Representative Crockett, that will note the limitation of the data given the pandemic.
Okay, so that seems fine. I'm seeing nodding from the motion seconder. Seeing no further discussion, unless anyone's hands shoot up, I think I'm going to call for a vote. So all those in favor of the motion on the floor of the bill ought to pass as amended. So all those in favor. I have Senator Daughtry, Senator Daughtry, Representative Millette, Representative McCrae, Representative Crockett, Representative Salisbury, Representative Brennan, Senator Woodsum, and Representative Dodge. Okay, Sam, are you ready for the next vote? All those voting against the motion of ought to pass as amended. I've got Representative Sampson, Representative Lyman, Representative Stearns, and Representative Roach. Got that? So
thank you.
That LD 104 passes. Yep.
I just need to confirm with those voting in opposition to the motion that they are voting ought not to pass.
Ought not to pass.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, close the work session LD 104. At this time, that concludes our work for the morning. Ms. Rissler, do you have anything to add before we break for lunch?
I do not. I just want to reiterate, I hope things went relatively smoothly today, but if anyone has any feedback for me on presentation of information, please don't hesitate. My goal is, as I said, to get you the information you need to make your decisions.
Thank you so much. With that, we'll break for lunch. I'm going to go walk my dog, so hopefully she doesn't start whining during the public hearings this afternoon. But we'll be back here at 1 p.m. for a whole series of public hearings. So thanks. Good work, everyone.
You caught me. Oh, shoot.
So, Tim, are you at school?
No, this is, we stuck with the February break, vacation week because we've
that's
been
right.
full-time since the start. We haven't had,
So that's right. So did all school districts are taking the week off?
I honestly haven't heard one way or the other. I don't know if some like that maybe had time off already, didn't choose to do it. I know, like I said, we from September, we've been full-time in school, you know, so it really hasn't changed much for us, but I don't know if other schools like chose to have not have February break. I haven't heard that.
Yeah. Well, this is my wife and I were saying the other day, it's the first time in 20 years we haven't gone somewhere for spring vacation.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are choosing
And it
alternative form.
Makes the winter a lot longer.
Yes.
And Paul, how's your physical situation?
Oh, it's coming along pretty well.
Yeah.
Considering. Yeah.
Well, you're pretty mobile now, aren't you?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I'm 3 weeks and a day or two out, and I'm walking without a cane or anything. And it's
Oh,
a
that's
toss
good.
up between which knee hurts more, the new one or the old one. So
Well,
That was exactly what my mom said when she had her first one done. Now it's the toss up, the
yeah,
pain from the operation. I was like, oh God, now my other one hurts worse.
well, it's really amazing what they do. You know, I get nervous about infection and stuff, but it's just amazing.
Having gone through the two hips, you wonder why you didn't do it sooner is what I've always, that's why I feel. I was like, God, I wish I had done this a long time ago because it feels so much better than it did. So,
yeah.
Well, last Thursday I had 3 root canals.
Oh my.
That I'd put off.
And all at one time.
Oh my.
And when he got in there, he was only doing 2 on 2 teeth, and then he found another one when he got in there. And I told him I'm glad he was charging by the tooth and not by the root canal. But yeah, it only hurt for about 36 hours.
Oh geez.
Then it was okay.
I'm coming to a root canal, but I'm nursing this thing along and chewing on the other side, and it hasn't gotten to a point yet where I have to have it done. But I can no longer say I pride myself on having all my own teeth because I've lost 2 on one side. It's like, yeah, crazy.
Well, I have a person who's very good at root canals, so they worked out okay.
Good thing to have. I'm just gonna wait probably like another minute, everyone, and then we'll get started because I am seeing a few of the bill sponsors. But here's your 1 to 2 minute warning to grab your water, grab your coffee, and get ready to go.
Would you please scratch and pat Bailey?
Oh, she's been getting lots of scratch and pat, so much so our walk took longer, and I'm trying to eat lunch in 30 seconds.
Okay, I care about the dog. The dog is the important thing.
So Rebecca, how did the panel go?
Hold on. I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
No, you were just on a panel for arts education technology.
Yeah, well, I guess they had technical difficulties earlier in the morning, and so they were really backed up. And I was in a holding pattern. That's why my camera was turned off during the work session. And eventually at at noon, I gave up. I was like, I can't. So I never got on.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah. That's COVID life,
Well, last week or a couple of weeks ago, I read an article about how to be more charismatic on Zoom. And and that night I had to make a presentation to these students at UNE. So I told them I'd read the article and I wanted feedback at the end to see if I was more charismatic as a result of the article. And I didn't get any negative or positive responses. But but it is hard, projecting, and it's just, I find it really hard giving speeches on Zoom. It's not so much just talking, but giving a speech is hard.
Yeah, I gave a presentation to a national group a number of weeks ago, and I found it absolutely nerve-wracking.
Right.
But one of the things that I've been impressed with, there are folks who've been doing this a long time, and they know to have practices. One thing I learned is if you practice on your home computer, make sure you're actually presenting from your home computer and not some other place, because my presenter ended up in his office that morning and then could not get his video to work. So yeah, it was horrible. But luckily they already had his slides, and he called in on his phone. And so it wasn't, a complete meltdown. But yeah, you got to really think of all of the possible ways things can go wrong.
Yep.
Not to use that as an ominous segue for our bill presentation There's about everyone listening live, but yeah, just looking at the camera, and some people have said having your speech or your comments up so you can scroll through like a teleprompter work. But yeah, it's a whole brave new world.
But then when you do that, you can hear people clicking.
Yes, you can.
And that's so distracting. Oh,
yeah.
There's no good way.
No, I figured out a way to have like an auto scroller kind of thing going on, but yeah, no, it's not easy. Okay.
Well, you can hide behind it.
That is one other way to do
it. And that's not something you could do in live, right, Dave?
Right, not as easily.
Or as I'm sure some of you saw, you can always do the whole cat filter like that one lawyer in Texas. And if you've not seen that video and you need a laugh, go find it. But with that, welcome back to the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. We have a series of public hearings. We will do introductions, but really quick before we get any further, in consultation with the bill sponsors, we are going to take things in a little bit of a different order. So we'll first be doing LD 127, and then we'll be hearing together LD 84 and LD 293. And then we will have LD 138 and LD 278. But with that, I am Senator Maddie Daughtry. I represent Senate District 24, which is the communities of Brunswick, Harpswell, North Yarmouth, Freeport, and Pownell. And I'll introduce my House co-chair, Representative Brennan.
Hi, I'm Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you. And Senator Woodson.
Dave Woodson, District 33, Southwestern Maine.
And Representative Crockett.
Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Representative Dodge.
Good afternoon, Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo.
Representative Lyman.
Good afternoon, Sheila Lyman, District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore.
Representative McCray.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Dave McCray. I live in Fort Fairfield, and I represent the good people in District 148, which is 9 communities. Thank you.
Representative Millette.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
And then Representative Roach.
Yes, Representative Tim Roach, representing District 7, Wells.
Representative Salisbury.
Good afternoon. I'm Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Representative Sampson.
Good afternoon. I'm Heidi Sampson, present in Augusta, and I represent the good people of House District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
And Representative Stearns.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, which consists of a dozen towns in the unorganized territories of Piscataquis County.
Thank you very much. And today we are ably assisted by our OPLA analyst, Hillary Reisler, and we also have our wonderful committee clerk, Sam Baker. If you have any trouble throughout this process, we're all still getting used to the way that the Zoom testimony works. Please contact Sam. He will get you set up. And with that, we will get started and open the public hearing. So open the public hearing on LD 127, a resolve to establish a pilot program to provide grants for professional development in computer science instruction. We have the bill sponsor, Senator Pouliot, here to present the bill. Welcome, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry. I should say, Madam Chair, it's a pleasure to have you as chair of the Education Committee now. Both you and I started our legislative service together, and I've never been a chair, but you have been, so kudos to you. Representative Brennan and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs, I'm State Senator Matt Pouliot, and I represent Senate District 15, which are the towns of Augusta, China, Oakland, Sydney, and Vassalboro. And I'm pleased to be before you today sponsoring LD 127, resolved to establish a pilot program to provide grants for professional development in computer science instruction. This resolve establishes a 2-year pilot program to provide grants for professional development in computer science instruction. Currently, Maine has 833 openings for computing jobs 3 times the average demand compared to other opportunities. But the data shows that only 56% of Maine public high schools teach at least one computer science class. This is concerning because it means that 44% of schools and the students who attend them are not being offered computer science classes to introduce the students to a field that is in high demand. We do have some amazing educators for computer science in our schools, but we often hear that schools need more teachers teaching it. As important, the teachers need more training and professional development in this area. The grant program that was set up by this legislation, or that would be set up by this legislation, would allow districts to apply for funds to a competitive grant to help more teachers within districts learn to teach computer science. As you can see by the data, it's desperately needed. Also, you may be aware that the Maine Department of Education has developed a state plan for computer science with specific goals, activities, and a timeline. We must support the implementation of this plan in order for Maine students to have the skills they need for jobs of the future. This legislation addresses the need for additional teacher professional development in computer science, which is outlined in several portions of that state plan. And I've included the plan with my testimony for your review. In closing, I think it's important that we invest in computer science education so that students are introduced to the STEM field, or as Senator Daughtry likes to call it, the STEAM field. Growing a workforce of graduates with computer science skills to take jobs right here in Maine. In setting your priorities for spending, I ask that you take a serious look at this legislation. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Senator Pouliot. Do we have any questions from the committee at this time? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Representative Senator Pouliot. It's very nice to see you. My question is around the preparation for computer jobs at the high school level. And in your research for your bill, did you come to any conclusions about job readiness from high school prep in this field? Thank you.
Sure. I'm glad that you asked that question. The depth of computer science education isn't such, unless going to a vocational school, that I don't think we could expect for full preparedness for the workforce. But one of the things that I wanted to propose actually as an amendment, I didn't mention in the testimony, and I'm glad someone asked the question because I almost forgot to mention it, is that when we're looking at the grades 9 to 12, so this bill would apply PK through 12. But for grades 9 through 12, that we try to have the majority of the funds go towards classwork that would result in college credit, to try to get at the cost of post-secondary education at the same time, essentially like a 2-4. I had just ran over this with my aide yesterday, and I'm not sure if it matriculated through in terms of a formal amendment, but when you get to the work session, if you would consider amending that language, and I can get it to you ahead of the work session if you don't already have it, to focus for grades 9-12 on classes that would, or coursework that would result in also post-secondary education credit, such as like AP classes, for instance.
Thank you, Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome, Senator Pouliot. And congratulations on your well-deserved leadership position in the Senate.
Not sure if it's a blessing or a curse yet. We'll find out.
I understand. Not so much a question, but I'm not even sure if it's relative at this point in time. Is there a fiscal note that would come with this program?
Yeah, there would be a fiscal note establishing the funds for the grant program. And of course, it's not lost on me the challenges that we're facing. And I've always, talked in the legislature about the need for us to determine, what our priorities are. And I think, across the aisle, it can be said that workforce development is a key priority for all of us. And hopefully we can figure out a way to fund this, because so many of the jobs, particularly now, this meeting is only possible because of somebody that learned something in the computer science realm, you know, and so it's only going to become more and more prevalent as time goes on. And you and Representative Brennan learn how to refine your speeches on Zoom. So I really think that, I mean, this is a core area that, you know, if Representative Cornfield were still on the committee, she would be like, how do we get the time in the day for this? I hope I didn't steal Representative McCrae's thunder on his question, but you know, the reality is, how do we not make the time for this, I guess? Or how do we utilize the grant to fund training for educators to learn how to dovetail this into an existing day? You know what I mean? As opposed to like creating another content area with, you know, so anyway, I've said enough.
Thank you. Representative Crockett, did you have a follow-up or?
Only at what point would we get a ballpark figure of what the cost would be?
That'll be something that'll definitely come up in the work session that Ms. Rissler will be able to provide us with if there's a fiscal impact statement at that point. Up next, I have Representative McCrae, followed by Senator Woodson.
You've basically heard what I was going to comment on, and I thought that was rather astute of you, Senator. But anyway, yes, on behalf of former Chair Tory Cornfield, the question is, you don't even have to answer this, but it is a question. What would it supplant in the curriculum? Now, my comment is part of the question. This
okay, gotta be a question.
Is this like the game of whack-a-mole, where you push down on one piece of the curriculum to make room for another, but then another two pop up? So do you see this as something, you know, I guess in an ideal world, we would just keep adding stuff on, but we can't. So how do you suspect we'll address that?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Representative McCrae. And well, I mean, I think that I try to think of this in terms of being a lifelong learner and how, like even us on this call today, we've all had to learn a new skill set. When I sat down with, of all organizations, the Maine Math and Science Alliance, and discussing, you know, some new location that they wanted in 2019, they said, well, we need to have Zoom rooms. And I'm like, what the heck is a Zoom room, you know? And now they have, in my opinion, some of the best space available because they carved off a room to do what we're doing here today. And so I guess my point in saying that is that our needs as a society are always evolving. And I think that education too needs to evolve with those needs. Not, you know, I'm not saying flavor of the month kind of involvement here, like, oh, today this is something new we need to do and then tomorrow it's here. But looking at it from a 30,000 foot level more holistically, what are the majority of our citizens going to need to know how to do in order to be successful in the 21st century? And I think one could argue that, you know, learning computer science skills, more than just computing, like typing or knowing how to use Microsoft Word and so forth, but actually what's going on behind the scenes, you know, is going to give them the skills necessary to be competitive in this new technological age that we live in. And so I'm not suggesting we should be supplanting other content areas, but rather looking for ways to make sure that this vital skill set is more equitably accessible to Maine students. And right now we can't definitively say that that's the case. And part of the problem is that we just don't have enough educators that are trained to do this, you know? And so I'm looking to put resources into that professional development rather than saying, thou shalt teach computer science 101 to every student in Maine, because we all know that if there are not the educators there to deliver that content, then it's just never going to happen. So.
Thank you.
Up next, I have Senator Woodson, followed by Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Welcome, Senator Puyat. I'm very much interested in this bill. There's also many other bills coming up related to this subject, and I'm almost thinking that this bill could be folded in or complement some of the other bills coming down the road. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at some of the titles related to CTE and VOTEC skilled proposals coming before us. But would you agree? What do you think of this bill being tied in or complementing some of the other bills coming down the road?
Yeah, totally fine with me. I mean, I don't have any like sense of ownership to this is the one, magic bullet to solve our problems here. I recognize that a holistic approach is one that's necessary to achieve our goals. And if that means, putting this in with something else to make it more of an omnibus bill to address, workforce needs and so forth, then I'm totally fine with that.
Thank you.
Next, I have Representative Sampson, and then Representative McCray. Did you have your hand up again? Okay, I'll make sure I lower it for you. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, hello, Senator. Nice to see you.
You as well.
So just as a refresher, do we have a percentage of schools that are either already doing something like this or that are not doing anything like this? Do you
Yeah,
have
so 56% of students, and this is data from Educate Maine, Jason Judd, who I don't know if he'll be testifying or not. So hard to tell who's testifying on our bills in this environment. But he provided us with some of that data that 56% of schools were offering something in computer science. And that doesn't even get into what is the level of rigor in that offering either, which is one of the reasons why I think it's good for us to look at coursework, perhaps even AP coursework that could offer post-secondary credit when the students are in 9-12, because that would bring with it some level of rigor. But I think that could be worked out as part of the grant program, in terms of criteria that would or would not qualify for the funds. You could put in there, some level of rigor perhaps. But to answer your question, it's, just over half of Maine schools, which obviously is not near enough.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time, Senator Pouliot.
Thank you.
We're now going to transition. I did neglect to say at the beginning, just as a reminder, this is being streamed live and recorded. It's being broadcast on YouTube. Please keep that in mind for members of the public who are joining us at this time. We will be taking our bills. We have a list of testimony, which I was wondering, Sam, if you could possibly forward the list of folks who are testifying to the entire committee so we can follow along. Up first, we're going to be taking people for, people against, and neither for nor against. And on the list, first I have, and I do deeply apologize if I mess up this name, but Angela Oaksley, followed by Sean Wasson. We are going to move everyone into panelists. Angela, thanks for joining us. And if you could, please tell me how to say your last name so I don't massacre it again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's actually pronounced Exley.
Exley.
Like E-X-L-Y.
Oh, wonderful. I love that. Well, welcome. And we're excited to have you with us.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. Like I said, my name is Angela Exley. I am the Project Login Program Director at Educate Maine. We're a business-led education advocacy nonprofit organization. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify in support of LD 127. Educate Maine's mission is to ensure that Maine people are prepared to succeed in education and career, and that all Maine people reach their highest educational potential. Our Project Login program strives to connect students and adult learners with an interest in computer science or technology to education, training, and employment opportunities. We definitely recognize the importance of computer science instruction in deeply engaging students at every age of the education pipeline, teaching them these highly sought after 21st century skills and opening doors to exciting in-demand careers. And every student in Maine deserves these opportunities. Further, computer science instruction represents great potential for supporting economic growth in our state, and there are more than 830 open computing jobs, far exceeding the demand rate for most other professions. We will not achieve full opportunity for our students in this field, nor our future economy, without a robust educator workforce with access to high quality professional development opportunities. Why we need computer science education for workforce preparation is that expanding computer science to all Maine students starts first with preparing teachers to teach computer science. And we need to be preparing students for computer science now for jobs of the future and jobs that might not even exist yet. So students who develop these foundational computer science skills will solve complex and challenging problems and make a positive difference in the world, not to mention have lucrative careers. Teachers need equitable computer science professional development opportunities and funding for them in order to effectively reach our students. I would say, according to a representative survey from Google and Gallup, that student administrators in Maine fully support expanding computer science education opportunities. At least 73% of principals surveyed think CS is just as important or more than required core classes, but their biggest barrier to offering computer science is the lack of funds for preparing teachers. Educate Maine and Project Login are in support of LD 127. We support grants program for educators to be able to access and participate in quality computer science professional development. The pandemic has showed us that technology is essential in infrastructure in the modern world, and Maine students deserve access to courses taught by skilled educators on how they can play a role in helping develop that infrastructure. Now is the time for public and private investment into professional development opportunities and resources our educators need to access high quality computer science professional development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Exley. Do I have any questions from the committee at this time? Senator Woodson.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and testifying. How much interest and support is there from the private sector on funding these programs?
I would say there's quite a bit of interest. We are preparing their future workforce after all, and Project Login is all about relationships with our business community as well as our educators and supporting students and teachers. So we have seen great support, and if you needed a definitive percentage or number of our business community, I can forward that to you before your work session.
That would be great. Thank you.
Do I have any further questions from the committee for Ms. Exley? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Up next, we have testimony from Ms. Bilolin. Hopefully I didn't also massacre that last name as well. I seem to be on a roll today. Welcome back.
Hello again. You did just fine.
Perfect.
Senator Daughtry and Representative Brennan and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, I'm Courtney Bilolin, the Executive Director of the Maine Curriculum Leaders Association. So I am also offering testimony in support of LD 127, the resolve to establish a pilot program to provide grants for professional development in computer science instruction on behalf of the members of NCLA. We believe and know that computer science is an important literacy for all learners to be introduced to and to build proficiency in. In fact, a growing number of schools and districts are already incorporating computer science skills, such as coding, into learning in an integrative manner, pre-K through grade 8, and then through high school in various courses. In order for our learners to be successful with these skills, teachers must also build proficiency in those skills as well as pedagogy for computer science. Providing funding for professional learning rooted in best practices, as this bill does, is the most effective way to ensure high quality instruction and student success while honoring the integrity of the Maine education community. While there are potential inequities with grant-based funding, we see this pilot program as an important step towards broader incorporation of computer science literacy skills here in Maine. And to speak briefly to the proposed amendments, we would encourage that the funding programs be open to alternative credit aside from just college credits, as computer science is a field in which certifications and badges are also as valuable as college credit, and that focus be given to K-12. As with any literacy, beginning young is the best way to ensure a solid foundation. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for your comments. Do we have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your time this afternoon. Up next, we have Marina van der Eb joining us. And then after her testimony, we have Alexander Price from joining us. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee. My name is Marina van der Eb. I'm the coordinator for the Maine STEM Partnership, which is convened through the Maine Center for Research in STEM Education, based at the University of Maine. I'm here on behalf of the University of Maine and the University of Maine system to voice support for LD 127. So as mentioned by Senator Pouliot, we do need to do more currently to improve quality and equitable access to computer science education so that our students can develop the necessary computational thinking skills and comfort with technology needed in our increasingly digital world. And this starts with increasing instructional capacity and expanding access to computer science learning experiences for all of our students. Many Maine PK-12 schools currently lack assigned computer science teachers, and most course opportunities that do exist are only offered at the high school level, usually as electives or advanced placement courses. These can be daunting to learners with limited prior experience or simply unavailable to students in some districts. At the RISE Center, we're working to change that, and we think the LD 127 can help. So the RISE Center, we conduct interdisciplinary research into education at all levels of instruction within each of the STEM disciplines. And we work with Maine educators to integrate research supported practices into their classrooms. Currently, through a National Science Foundation award, we're working with 30 Maine teachers to develop and test lessons that integrate computer science instruction into middle school science classrooms. Integration allows us to leverage the expertise of trained science educators and existing instructional time that includes all of our students at the middle school level in order to provide computer science learning experiences that are available to all students regardless of available personnel or course offerings at the school. Our research focuses on identifying the knowledge and supports that science teachers need in order to successfully integrate computing into their science classes. We're also looking to understand how integration of computing with STEM contributes to student learning outcomes and attitudes towards STEM careers. Through partnership with PK-12 districts and University of Maine staff and faculty, we've developed 3 integrated modules that are currently being taught in middle school classrooms around the state. Many of these teachers joined this work with little or no computer science background, but they're now comfortable including computational thinking, computer science concepts and practices in their instruction. Ongoing professional learning, access to technology, and a supportive community were all key to the teacher's success. This is one example of what's being done in Maine to find creative and collaborative approaches that serve and support both teachers and students. And if LD 127 moves forward, the University of Maine and our sister institutions within the UMaine system would welcome partnership with the Maine Department of Education and local districts in order to support its implementation, and would be a natural provider of the professional development outlined in the bill, given our expertise and relationships across the state in order to advance high quality and high impact STEM+C teaching and learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time and your comments. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, up next we have Mr. Price, followed by Rhonda Tate. Welcome, Mr. Price.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Alexander Price, and I work at the law firm Pierce Atwood. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of Microsoft, who we've represented in Maine for the past 7 years, to speak in favor of LD 127. For the past few years, we have been involved in advancing computer science education in Maine. In 2018, we helped found a coalition called Computer Science for Maine, or CS4 Maine, whose mission is to get computer science taught in every Maine K-12 classroom by 2025. The other founding organizations who should be commended today are Educate Maine, the Maine Mathematics and Science Alliance, Code.org, and the Maine State Chamber of Commerce. 2 years ago, Microsoft also launched a pilot program in Maine, which matched teachers who are learning to teach computer science with volunteers from area businesses who have expertise in computer science. The volunteers help the teachers gain knowledge and skills to develop their ability to deliver quality computer science education. The program, known as Technology, Education, and Literacy in Schools, or TEALS, has been very successful in growing the population of teachers who are competently teaching computer science in states across the country. However, despite this progress, as you've heard quite a bit today, the majority of Maine students still do not have equitable access to computer science courses. As a result, LD 1382 was enacted during the first regular session of the 129th legislature, which directed the Department of Education to study and develop a state plan for computer science instruction and professional development. The bill also directed the department to share a report to this committee with an overview of how computer science courses and curricula are being implemented, as well as professional development plan for educators. And that report was delivered on January 2nd of 2020. Professional development is required to help teachers become computer science teachers because computer science pre-service teacher pathways are not currently offered in Maine. The teachers who have engaged in this professional development are to be commended for their enthusiasm and courage to take on a completely new content area while in service to deliver this education to their students. LD 127 establishes a 2-year pilot program to provide state grants for professional development in computer science instruction, which will advance recommendations delivered in the department's report presented to the committee last year. This bill is a critically important step in providing Maine teachers the skills they need to teach computer science in the classroom and to continue the state's progress in ensuring that all Maine students have access to opportunities to learn computer science skills and concepts. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Mr. Price. Do we have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you. Up next, we have Ms. Tate, and I will be letting Holly Courtier in from the waiting room, who will be afterwards. Good afternoon and welcome, Ms. Tate.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Daughtry. Thank you, Representative Brennan and other members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Rhonda Tate. I'm a STEM education specialist at the Maine Math and Science Alliance, where I've worked for the past 2 years, specifically on finding opportunities, providing support, and growing a network of teachers in Maine to experiment with, integrate, and implement computer science practices and principles into the classroom. And this included securing funding through the National Science Foundation to research the barriers and opportunities around integration, specifically of computer science in pre-K through 8th grade classrooms. Before my work at MMSA, I was a classroom teacher in Eastern Maine for 15 years. I add this bit on only to bring a little bit of credibility to my testimony today, because to be honest, the most compelling testimony you will hear today should be from the educators themselves, and I hope that their voices will be heard either through live testimony or through submitted remarks. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The need for professional development in education is always very, very real, but the need for professional development in the world of computer science education is, at this current time, critical. On a recent Saturday, a group of teachers, researchers, and industry leaders met virtually for a conference. Teachers working on a Saturday, as you know, is not in and of itself remarkable. Teachers working on a Saturday in the midst of a pandemic and political unrest should be at least a little remarkable. One wonders what drives educators to use their time off for professional learning while reports of widespread teacher burnout abound. And the answer, at least for these teachers on this particular Saturday, lies within the topic itself. On an afternoon in early January, hundreds of teachers gathered to learn about the future of computer science education. While experts and researchers from all disciplines host forward-thinking workshops and conferences, this one was particularly telling about the challenges faced by teachers of computer science. The future of computer science education is not some distant thought, it is actually right now. The rapid evolution of technology has meant that the specific tools that teachers may have learned about in pre-service programs a decade ago, if they did any preparation at all for CS, have changed significantly, along with the infusion and application of CS in all of the environments around them. CS education and the professional learning that supports it must be continuously evolving in partnership with learners, educators, and representatives from local businesses in order to stay rigorous and relevant. And so while those trailblazing teachers were in attendance, and there were actually a few from Maine, which was great, the more compelling image are the teachers that weren't in attendance, either because of lack of time, money, or even knowing about the workshop. The fact is that very few Maine teachers are accessing professional development for CS. Couple this with a very limited preparation, if any, Maine teachers have to teach CS, and you have a recipe for Maine students missing a critical component of the rapidly shifting expectations of learning in the 21st century, which I will point out, we are in the 21st year of the 21st century already. The bill in front of you aims to prevent this inequity by targeting funds specifically for professional development in CS across that K-12 pipeline. And while it is true that all areas of education require ongoing professional development, we strongly urge you to consider the unique characteristics of CS and why there is a critical need right now for targeted funds for CS professional development. First, the majority of Maine teachers that are currently teaching CS are teaching out of their field of expertise. Second, research is showing that CS should be introduced in K-8, as MCLA just spoke in support of, which requires an even more concentrated lift of professional development because you're navigating the waters of integration. We all know they're not going to layer in a computer science course to our already jam-packed third grade teacher's course load. So it's going to be up to that third grade teacher to integrate computer science. And that is another art form altogether. While the core practices and principles of CS may not change, the platforms and products shift at a pace unparalleled in education. So even the most prepared CS teacher needs to be undergoing nearly constant professional development to remain on top of their content. With the creation of unique higher ed opportunities like the Rue Institute, we are seeing more and more high-paying career opportunities in our state. But what we are not seeing is a workforce prepared for these jobs. A critical component in building this workforce is developing capable, confident, and inspired teachers. MMSA strongly urges you to pass this legislation as a step toward achieving the CS for all for Maine students. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tate. We have a question from Senator Woodson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Ms. Tate, do you have any data or information on, is Maine education system losing teachers that are qualified to industry? In other words, the CS teachers, are they leaving for better paying jobs?
That's a really interesting question, which I don't have data on it. I can look around, but one of the problems that is coming up, and I know Angela actually from Project Login could help with this as well, or at least echo this as a problem, is we do not have good data right now on computer science, where it's happening in Maine schools, who's teaching it. And so I would imagine it would be very difficult to get the information you're looking for to track that. I think the bigger question might be who is qualified to teach CS and how are we categorizing that? We don't have a particular certification for CS, and I'm not advocating for one, but it would be very hard to track who those qualified folks are and how we get them into education. Angela and Project Login does have more data, and we can get back to you if that does exist, but I would be really surprised if we're tracking that in any way.
Yeah, just a follow-up question, if I might. So we get several different agencies or groups working on CS. How much partnership or interaction are these different groups providing each other and for an ultimate goal?
We are definitely working very closely. In fact, this feels a little bit like Old Home Week. I know Marina and Angela and I have been working in partnership with the DOE on an ESEP grant around computer science. So it's a very dedicated group of folks that have been working in collaboration with each other and also with the DOE around how to make computer science a reality across pre-K through 12. And there is the CS for Maine initiative that we've all been working on as different organizations and stakeholders to try to move this forward.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon, Ms. Tate. Up next, we have Ms. Courtier from, hopefully I didn't massacre your last name as well again, from the Maine Principals Association is here.
Okay. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Dr. Holly Couturier, and I am the Executive Director of the Maine Principals Association's Professional Division, representing more than 800 pre-K-12 principals and assistant principals of public and private schools in Maine. The MPA supports the concept of LD 127 and off script for every reason that has already been testified about by everyone that you've heard from today. We definitely recognize the importance of computer science. We believe that offering a grant program for those schools who have the desire for additional professional development in computer instruction is an opportunity for schools to progress in this area without making it mandatory for all schools. Our concern with the bill is twofold. The first is the grant process itself. There are some districts in the state who have the ability and resources to write a grant, and there are others that do not have the personnel readily available. This could potentially create further inequality among schools, especially if the grant is of a competitive nature. The other concern is regarding funding. Not knowing where the money is coming from, nor having an amount stated, funding for the grant could potentially come from other lines in the education budget. If this is the case, we cannot support this bill. For these reasons, the MPA is neither for nor against LD 127. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Sam, do we have anyone else on the list?
That's all I have, Senator.
Just for everyone watching, the committee has also received testimony online and will review all of that. But with that,
Wait, maybe it looks like Steve Bailey has his hand up.
okay,
Maybe it's a last minute sign up.
no worries at all. But bear with us, everyone, as we get Mr. Bailey into the meeting. Welcome, Mr. Bailey. Yes, no, maybe. There we go. Can you hear us, Mr. Bailey?
Yes, I can, and good afternoon. And I'm not sure how that didn't happen. I thought we were on the list, but I very much appreciate being here. So Senator Daughtry and Representative Brennan and members of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee, I am Steve Bailey, Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the Legislative Committee of the Maine School Boards Association in support of LD 127. It goes without saying that computer science instruction is growing an ever-changing field reflecting the evolving nature of the industry itself. We did find this definition helpful. The most important aspect of computer science is problem solving, an essential skill for life. Students study the design, development, and analysis of software and hardware used to solve problems in a variety of business, scientific, and social contexts. This is not limited to just working with computers, but includes subjects such as robotics and coding. This bill and the grants it proposes would allow flexibility and innovation in professional development to support teachers new to this field. It also encourages hands-on learning by our teachers, an approach we know helps keep students engaged. We also appreciate that it encourages interaction with outside organizations and business partners who can help keep the instruction relevant. And we applaud that grant applicants will be judged on how well the proposal supports underrepresented student populations. As has been indicated before from Dr. Couturier, the concern we have is where the funding is going to come from these grants and can it be sustained? We very much support all of both the research as well as the data that's come before us in terms of my testimony, and would support the efforts to make this a viable alternative or opportunity within our schools. We hope the industry itself could help support the program, taking the long-term view that public schools are and will be educating for their future workforce. So with that, I would entertain any questions, and thanks for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Do you have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time. And I guess I would just ask one more time.
Thank you.
Anyone who's in the attendees portion to make sure that we haven't missed anyone who wanted to testify in person. Okay, going once, going twice. It would seem that we are all set on this aspect, and I will close the public hearing on LD 127. Up next, we're going to do a joint public hearing on two bills that are on a similar subject matter. We have LD 84, an act to increase the state share of the cost of health insurance for retired teachers, from Representative Billy Bob Fockingham. We also will be hearing that together with LD 293, an act to increase the state share of the cost of health insurance for retired teachers, from Representative Collins. So to do this, Representative Fockingham, had you gotten word about whether your other bill was up in labor? Oh. Hold on, you're on mute.
Yeah. Sorry. Are you ready for me?
I was gonna say, I know you both have bills, so actually, yeah, if we, Representative Fockingham, if we can have you go, and we'll have Representative Collins go and present their bill. And with that, I will open the public hearing on LD 84 and LD 293. Welcome.
Thank you. So, Senator, are you going with me?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No worries.
Good afternoon, Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Representative Billy Bob Fockingham, and I am here to present LD 84, an act to increase the state share of cost of health insurance for retired teachers. Prior to the Great Recession, there were promises made by the state to increase the reimbursement of health insurance to retired teachers by 5% a year until it reached 55%. At some point, major changes were made to the pension plan, which caused a loss of money received by the retired. As the years went by, those promises were forgotten, and for a decade and a half, no increases have been made. While health insurance costs continue skyrocketing, the amount of retired teachers' pensions remains stagnant. Teachers especially hard hit by this are rural teachers who retired at a very low annual income compared to their big city counterparts. At this point, health insurance costs are consuming an absurd percentage of retired teachers' pensions. What I find especially troubling about this situation is that retired teachers who sacrifice the most during their career by taking lower paying wages to dedicate their careers teaching children in rural areas are then the ones who suffer even more dramatically in retirement because of the low reimbursement from the state. This particular group of teachers dedicated their lives to teaching our students, and now they are suffering because of a broken system. It is incumbent upon us to live up to the promises made. These teachers gave up many years of their youths for our children's future. We should not turn our backs on them in their retirement years. I am a Republican, and I've sponsored this bill because I believe it should be a Republican priority. It is my hope that it will be truly a Democrat priority as well. This bill, or versions of it, have been in the legislature several times, and the truth of the matter is that it has not passed under Republican or Democrat leadership. The truth of the matter that I must be honest about to these unfortunate retired teachers is that they have been thrown on the back burner. They are not a priority in Augusta. If they were a priority in Augusta, they would have been included in the governor's budget. They were not included in the last biennial budget, nor were they included in this biennial budget. This bill may pass this committee. This bill may pass in the legislature, but the dirty secret in Augusta is that this is all just lip service, because these bills with a fiscal note attached to them go down to Appropriations Committee where they get axed behind closed doors. So what I am asking of this committee today is not only to pass this bill with a unanimous report, but also come together as colleagues in a bipartisan fashion and prioritize this bill in the upcoming budget. Thank you for your time. I will answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative. Do you have any questions from the committee at this time? Senator Woodson, followed by Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Billy Bob, does this bill, if passed, does it create an increase in payment for the health care costs for all retired teachers?
This bill has it has a special focus on the gap that happened between the recession and now. So I think it has a component that it would give those teachers the reimbursement that they were shorted, as well as a future increase for all retired teachers.
I hear what you're saying and I sympathize. I'm a retired teacher myself, but my main concern with this is that, I mean, you have to look back at those teachers retired in the 80s and 90s, and their pay was extremely low compared to today and what the recent retired teachers are retiring. I mean, has anyone considered looking at a cutoff that if you're only making, say, $20,000 a year on Main State teacher retirement, that those teachers would receive some kind of help with the health care, but not necessarily the more recent retirees?
I understand that it's definitely more pressing for those teachers. So yeah, I would agree to that to some point. I know that one of my teachers that first approached me about this issue was my art teacher in grammar school, and she retired in the early 2000s. She worked for a very low pay scale compared to what teachers are even getting now, but especially compared to teachers in more southern Maine at that time. And so she retired at a very low amount, and her health insurance costs compared to her retirement it's just absolutely ridiculous, the percentage of that. Yeah, as you know, if it was on a scale, it would be going like this. And it's just not right. We need to square that away. They were promised back then that when these increases started happening, it was 35%. And then all of a sudden it just stopped and everybody forgot about it and it didn't get addressed. And it's been, like I said, a decade and a half where we've just left it alone, ignored it. It's been everybody, both parties have been had full control of Augusta over that time, and nobody's taking care of it. So it's time, rather than to just pay lip service with these bills like this and come on here and everybody, you know, do what we do in Augusta. It's time for us to take it seriously and get these teachers the reimbursement that they deserve.
Thank you.
Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for clarification purposes, being new to all of this, can you just talk to me a little bit about teachers and their eligibility for Medicare? Is that not a thing? I can't remember all of a sudden.
Actually, yeah, I think there's an issue there with the windfall provision, which is something that needs to be addressed, but that's needs to be addressed at the federal level, because if I'm not sure exactly what your question is about, but it has to do with people taking what they've earned in Social Security as well as their pension. And Maine is one of the states that opted into that for some crazy reason. So teachers have to choose either or. I'm not an expert on that, but I think I basically nailed the gist of it. So hopefully we could have, you know, our federal delegation take care of that aspect.
So well, maybe I misunderstood it. I'm so sorry. But are teachers eligible to get Medicare? I honestly, I don't know.
You know, I'm going to say I'm not an expert on that. So,
so I'm just wondering if, I'm just thinking if a teacher retired in, well, I see Representative Dodge shaking her head. Maybe, are you an expert? Do you know? You don't know. I just was wondering, like, if you were eligible, if you were a teacher and you were eligible to get Medicare,
I think for the public hearing, Representative
Oh, I
Salzman.
should, that's, so.
Yeah, what we can do is we can get you the full information on that.
So that's my question. That's my
Perfect.
big burning question. Okay.
And we'll definitely have that as part of the report back for the work session, and Ms. Rissler can get us the information on that.
Okay.
Senator Woodson, did you have your hand up, or is it still up from the prior question? I'm going to assume it was from the prior question. Seeing any other questions from the committee, the Representative Falkingham? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time this afternoon, and good luck going between committees. Representative Collins, if we could please have you present your bill now at this time as well.
Am I visible? Can you hear me?
I can hear and see you.
Oh, great. Well, maybe. Good afternoon. I'm Representative Benjamin Collins. I represent House District 42, which is part of the city of Portland. This is my third term in the legislature, and this is also my third go at this piece of legislation. I do want to say that it has changed over the years as I presented it due to circumstances, which I'll briefly summarize, and then I'll have people that are more experts on the retirement system for teachers and their healthcare go into the numbers and those specifics. So really quick, I know some of you have been on this committee in the past. You've heard me present this bill. For those that haven't and those listening, I'll do a very succinct summary, I hope, which will be helpful. So for many years, teachers did not get healthcare paid for in their retirement. The state didn't contribute to their healthcare premiums in retirement, whereas other state employees, which were had different agreements when they retired, did receive, they used to receive up to 100% of their premiums. And I think not too long ago, the newer retirees got capped at 90%. Historically, when it was mostly just women in the teaching profession in Maine, the pay was very low. There was not much consideration for their retirement. There was an attitude that their husbands would take care of them, which, going forward, it wasn't until more males got into the teaching profession that there was more of a push. So there's an interesting history there. But eventually, the teachers started getting a very small percent of their premiums paid for in retirement. Now, over 20 years ago, I was a young legislative aide in Augusta, and I was part of a effort which was bipartisan, if my recollection is correct, where the Senate and House made a compromise where they were trying to get up to 100% like other state employees for the teachers. They didn't get there, but what they did was a plan to incrementally go up every session or every year, I can't remember, 5% till they reached 100%. That started to go up, but once it hit 45% of the cost of premiums paid for the state for retirees in the teaching profession, that got to a point when political issues came about and teachers stopped getting that increase. And they've been capped at 45% for some time. Now, I did have a bill in 2 sessions ago to re-escalate that so it would start to go up and then be capped off at 90%. It passed the House. It passed this committee, it passed the House. It didn't get past the Senate in like 2017, I believe. Last year, I had the same bill, but we changed it and we wanted to just focus on every 2 year, every session. And, we really can't bind future legislators to do something that we're doing presently. So a compromise was made, whereas the teachers' representatives found a great plan in their Medicare savings plan that would cut the cost of the teachers' health care premiums. So basically, the plan was, and what was passed last session through this committee, through the House and the Senate, reached appropriations. And then on St. Patrick's Day of last year, we adjourned early. And this was one of the bills that, died when the session ended. So anyway, what we did last session was with representatives of the teachers is that they found a way to change their Medicare plan, which actually saved the state money. So we said, let's get up to 55%, but with these additional savings, there actually would be a savings to the state. And actually going forward, this plan, there would be, I think, a few million more added to the fiscal note above and beyond what's budgeted. But in a 4-year window of time, the state would still come out ahead. I believe we would save anywhere from like $3 to $4 million. So by actually going to 55%, as we were trying to get to, with good support last session, we actually found a way to do that without increasing the cost to the state, actually saving the state money, which was a compromise that got a lot of support in this committee. And I hope that's a compromise that we could move on again. And I know a lot of bills that died when we adjourned abruptly due to the pandemic. I hope you could consider fast tracking this and really doing this as a gesture to help the retired teachers. Representative Fockingham, in a similar bill as mine, and I thank him for his advocacy on this. Exactly what he said was correct. I mean, teachers, especially 4 years ago when I first brought this bill back up, there are a lot of retirees that are couples, a husband and a wife that taught all over the state, especially rural Maine, that when they came forward and told their stories, you're talking about people that are living in severe poverty. It was like people were in the committee were crying to hear the stories of what teachers are going through. And I do want to say right now, today, with all that's happening in this current environment of this pandemic, just how thankful I am personally, and I know I speak for everyone here in the legislature, for the commitment of the teachers and all the staff, the bus drivers, the cooks, the assistants, everybody. Just thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for doing what you do for the children, which are the future of our state, of our culture, our society, our economy. You are so vital. And the truth is, we are falling behind greatly nationally when we're talking about competing, having teachers stay in Maine to teach. So we haven't even reached the 40,000 minimum teacher salary mark, and a lot of states have moved forward. And so we've fallen in way down in the bottom third of teacher salary. We don't take very good care of teachers in retirement. And a lot of schools, they're having a very hard time to find teachers. So we really need to take care of our teachers. Representative Fockingham was right. We promised teachers years ago that in light of their great service and for them often living in poverty and doing 2 or 3 jobs just to teach the children in our state, we promised them that we would take care of them in retirement. We have not yet to live up to that. We fulfilled the promise about 20 years ago, but somewhere along the line in different administrations, that didn't become a priority. I'm asking you to please make it a priority. Again, for a 4-year period, the state is going to save money, but it just moves the ball further up the field for teachers. And then in the future legislatures, we can have this discussion on how we're going to take care of them. Again, thank you for hearing this bill again. I do ask for you to consider this greatly. And I think as a great show of respect, I think we need to move this as succinctly as possible. I would be happy to answer any questions. And I'll try to pull all these decades of information and data that I usually would give to you in person. I'll get those to you before the work session. And please ask me questions now or contact me individually if it's a longer conversation. And again, I will remind you, there are people that are experts on this that can really go over the numbers and answer those very specific numbers. I am a product of Maine schools. I grew up in Fort Kent. I graduated at UMFK. Unfortunately, I was never very good in math or economics. So hopefully there's some other people that will be able to be more articulate on answering these specific budgetary issues in the next couple of years. Means. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Collins. Senator Daughtry had to step away for a minute. So at this point, I ask if there are any questions from members of the committee for Representative Collins. Seeing none. Representative, thank you very much. Good to see you. And hopefully we'll see you at the work session.
I appreciate your.
now we will turn to members of the public for testimony in support of either LD 84 or LD 293. And I see first on the list, Holly Coutier again.
Representative, we're actually going to go to Gary McCrane.
Okay, on the advice of our clerk, I am going to go to Mr. Gary McCrane. You have to unmute. You have to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Senator Representative Brennan. Senator Daughtry and Representative Brennan and other members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Gary McGrain, and I live in Jay, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 84 and LD 293. Educators have relied on retirement benefits and have already served at a disadvantage because of issues that Representative Salisbury brought up, the WEP and the GPO. And I'd just like to mention that teachers can get Medicare if they contribute to 40 quarters of employment and paid into the Social Security system. However, once that happens, their pensions are often offset through a government pension offset. And I also like to answer Representative Woodson's question about teachers. Do they all get this benefit? No, they do not. And the reason being is that not everybody is in the main employees pension retirement fund. A number of us have retired under Social Security solely, and that's the only pension that we get. But there are others that retire under both programs. And so I just wanted to clarify that before I continue with my testimony, if you don't mind. And I would just like to say that the WEP affects retirement benefits. The Maine Education Association of Retirees, of which I am a member and the president-elect of that organization, is here to advocate for retired teachers for this increase. I appreciate and welcome the bipartisan support that these two pieces of legislation are getting, and hopefully will pass unanimously through the committee to the floor under the hammer, and hopefully it will be somehow reflected in the governor's supplemental budget. With that said, I just wanted to say that with the changes to the Medicare Advantage program from MEA retired members, we feel that now is the time for the state to increase its contribution to 55% of the retiree healthcare program. The Maine Education Association intends to make the case that the savings from the change to a Medicare Advantage program provides enough savings that the state can actually increase its contribution to 55% without additional state revenues. This is a win-win for educators and for the state of Maine. I'd also like to say that many of our retirees have willingly sacrificed wage increase and other benefit increases in the hope and anticipation, as you've heard, that the state of Maine would fulfill its obligation and promise to help other teachers in retirement so that they may retire with dignity and at a modest cost. As you're probably well aware, the University of Maine in Orono just went through a issue with its retirement healthcare insurance coverage, and it was resolved satisfactorily to the retirees who anticipated on that continued benefit, and it worked on the benefit of the University of Maine to be able to continue that program for those university employees. Now, that only affects University of Maine employees. There are other programs out there, as I mentioned earlier, the Social Security system, the Maine State Retirement, and you may have retired with a federal government pension. All of those pensions are at times offset through the government pension offset or the windfall elimination protection. And I would like to also comment at this time that Senator Angus King submitted legislation in the House, in the Senate last year to eliminate the state of Maine from this requirement. Unfortunately, it never got a hearing in the Senate and therefore never got a vote, and actually died because it never was brought up before a vote in the United States Senate. So with that, I just want to say thank you very much for listening to me rant and rave about the advantages for our retirees. And for us, it only means maybe $100 more that we don't have to pay out in insurance premiums on a monthly basis. And that, in effect, will help the economy of the state of Maine. It would definitely help the retirees in trying to provide for their medication that they become shortfalls on. It may help also to pay for some of their deductibles. So I just wanted to leave the committee with the full support of the Maine Education Association retired group of teachers. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Crane, thank you very much. And I'd ask members of the committee if there are any questions. Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. McGrain, for being here. I have a question that you can answer better than anybody on this committee. Okay, because you're in it, as am I. But I went with the Maine State Retirement because that's where I had more of my eggs in that basket than I did at all kinds of quarters, but they were very, very low level. So when you retired, you took the Social Security. You had that option? Yes?
No, I did not. I did pay into the Maine State Retirement System when I was an employee for the state of Maine, but I did not anticipate my future as a state employee for the next 40 quarters. And 40 quarters is 10 years, as you know. And so I had aspirations of becoming a business person, an accountant, and a CEO of a corporation. And because of that, I divested myself from the Maine State Retirement System and took out part of my funds. And I'm not advocating for myself. I'm advocating for other individuals who did, like you, decided to opt for that.
And we all appreciate that. Yeah, thank you very much. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. McCrane, and hopefully you'll be notified about the work session.
Great, thank you.
And on my list, next up, I have Crystal Ward. And
Letting you right now, Representative.
okay. Okay, I see that she's here.
I
Great.
think I'm here.
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Hi.
Welcome.
I go through a bunch of clicks here. Hello, honorable senators and representatives. My name is Crystal Ward. I am from Lewiston. Currently, I am the MEA retired legislative chairperson representing over 5,500 members statewide. Many of our members are 70 to 90 plus years old and are living on their MEPERS pension check. And their number one concern is to be able to pay the bills. For years, the state has paid 45% of the cost of the retiree health care programs. For several years, the MEA retired has advocated to increase this amount. LD 84 and LD 293, an act to increase the state share of the cost of health insurance for retired teachers, are written to increase the state contribution from 45 to 55% of the cost of the retirees' health program. We hope the state will prioritize health care for retired educators, especially during a global pandemic when health care is critical to this age group. Many are struggling to make ends meet and to just pay the bills. The increases in groceries and energy bills have only added stress to already tight budgets. Some retirees have had to give up their part-time jobs because of COVID-19. Some have children who have moved back home because they lost their jobs. Some have lost spouses. This last year has been very difficult for elderly, with the COVID-19 deaths very high in this group. The constant worry about being able to pay the bills could be helped with the passage of LD 84 or LD 293. For your information on some of your questions, I'm one of the teachers that does get Medicare, and my cost to pay for Medicare and for my Anthem plan is just a little less than $400 a month for a single subscriber. So if there's 2 teachers in the family, it's quite expensive. Teachers and educators are already at a disadvantage in retirement. The cuts made to our pension in 2011 have had long-lasting impacts, and the Constitution in Maine makes small improvements cost tens of millions of dollars. You've already heard about the impact of the GPO and the Social Security offset, but I'll give you a real-life example. When I retired in 2008, I had worked at many second jobs, especially during the summer, and I had accumulated way over my 40 quarters. At that point, Social Security said that my benefit would be $222 a month, and I was really excited because that would pay for my Medicare. When they got done doing their offset, I got $92. So I started at $222. I ended up with $92, and it did not cover the cost of my Medicare. So once a year, I have to pay the remaining amount, which has gone up from like $300 to $500 to $650 as they have increased the cost of Medicare down the years. Women are particularly hard hit with this particular problem. This increase in the state's contribution to 55% for the retired educators healthcare program will go a long way for helping the retireds just pay the bills. Thank you.
Lord, thank you very much for your testimony. And are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll now go to John Kaczynski from John. He will be with us shortly. He's right here. Okay. Welcome.
Hello there, Representative Brennan and esteemed members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is John Kaczynski. I am the Director of Government Relations for the Maine Education Association. We represent 24,000 educators in the state of Maine in nearly every public school in the state. Really appreciate the opportunity today to testify in support of LD 84 and LD 293. My testimony for this bill, I hope you will peruse it at least. It is quite lengthy and extensive. I'm going to summarize it because I don't want to repeat some of the points that have been made here today, but I do just want to reiterate that educators in this state have significant disadvantages when it comes to retirement. You've already heard about GPO WEP. Happy to talk about that. That's an issue we've worked on for decades. I won't go into it here. Representative Falkingham mentioned the huge and drastic cuts to the pension system that were part of the 2011 state budget. Those cuts have long-lasting impacts on current and future retirees. And to add to the woes of those cuts, our own unique constitutional amendment in Maine, which makes any improvements to the pension system nearly unattainable. Just 2 weeks ago, there was a small bill in the Labor Committee that they're working on right now to provide educators with 35 years of service no penalty in retirement after 35 years. And the cost of that bill was a whopping $83 million, in part because of our constitutional amendment, which I'm happy to talk about. But now is the time that we can make improvements for the retiree healthcare program, and we will argue we can do so with limited or no cost to the state. It's a good thing during a global pandemic, as Crystal mentioned, to make sure retired educators have healthcare. But this is the time to act as well, because just last year, as you may have heard, the MEA Benefits Trust transitioned its retiree healthcare program to a Medicare Advantage program. And that has resulted in significant savings, both for the state and for the retired educators. And if you read in my testimony, I've included a pretty extensive costing because of the bill that we worked on last year to explain this in more detail. Currently, in the 2-year state budget we are currently in, the state is spending, has set aside or appropriated $45 million each year to pay the retiree healthcare costs. However, the current cost in the current year are only $29 million. We also learned during this bill last year, LD 178, which was mentioned, that the state, due to government accounting standards, is putting $10 million a year into a UAL account, which is required, as I said, because of accounting standards. Even still, over this current biennial budget, as has been mentioned, there's $8.9 million that has gone unspent for retired teacher health care. If we were to increase this year to 55% beginning July 1st, 2021, the cost of the state will increase, as you would expect. And we have that annual estimated to be approximately $37 million. That might be a little high. But even after making payments to the state of $10 million to the UAL fund, our analysis shows that we are still underspending for retiree healthcare based on the state appropriation by nearly $3.6 million. And if you look at the chart that I've included with my testimony, you will find that number highlighted in column P. Again, we feel like now is the time. There's plenty of things that disadvantage educators in retirement. We have heard loud and clear from retirees their struggle financially due to the pension cuts and due to the increased cost of healthcare. We feel either of these bills should, as Representative Falkingham said, we hope they would be a priority. I want to just flag one question that Representative Salisbury brought up, which I thought is important, which I did not include in my testimony. Most educators are eligible for Medicare, and the plans that we're talking about today are supplement plans to Medicare. However, the last time we looked, there were approximately 1,100 retired educators in the state who do not qualify for Medicare. So this is the only plan that they have. And that was due to a change that happened federally in the early 80s, where individuals and I see Representative Stern shaking his head, you might remember this, where in the 80s, I believe it was 83, educators had to decide whether or not to opt into the Medicare system at that time. Some will allege that they were not notified of that change, and so they were never given the option to enroll to participate in the Medicare program. Regardless of that history or that background, we still have at least 1,000 last time I checked, which was a year ago, who have no Medicare coverage, and so this is their only sole source of health insurance in retirement. I'm not sure if we're using a clock today, Representative Brennan, but I will stop there and happy to answer any questions that folks may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I would ask any members of the committee if they have any questions of Mr. Kaczynski. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kaczynski, for being here today. Would it be helpful to have you explain to us what exactly happened in 2011 that added to this sort of cumulative effect, a negative effect, please?
Absolutely. Yep. Thank you, Representative Dodge. You know, that would have been a great question for someone like Crystal too, because she was directly impacted by those changes. But in 2011, as part of the state budget, there were significant cuts made to pensions. In particular, the cost of living increases were capped and they were frozen for several years. In addition, they were capped at only the first $20,000 of earnings. And since then, that number has just been adjusted for inflation. So I think last time I checked, it was right around the cost of living. And again, as you heard, because if you teach your entire career, then you might not be eligible for any Social Security. Now, if you come into teaching as a second profession, or if you've had credits before, et cetera, you may be eligible for Social Security. And then when you learn about GPO-WEP, you're severely disadvantaged in that process. And many educators lose most of their Social Security benefits upon retirement, and they get a small portion of that. So this was their sole source of retirement income. And so capping the cost of living increases on the first $20,000 and freezing them for several years has long-term impacts for all the retirees who were retired at that time, because they're never going to catch back up again, especially when you're limiting the cost of living increases only to that first $20,000 of earnings. So put simply, for these folks, the pension system, frankly, has since 2011 was unable to catch up with the cost of living generally, and they have fallen behind. And again, because of the constitutional amendment, which I included in my testimony, fixes there are cost prohibitive, to be quite frank with you, because we have to pay the entire cost upfront per the Maine state constitution. But with the retiree healthcare program, we feel strongly you can make these changes, minimal impact to the state overall in terms of finances, but major impact to the retirees who rely on this health insurance program. Is that helpful, Representative Dodge?
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Mr. Kaczynski. Good to see you.
This is Representative McCray.
Am I correct? Do I recall correctly that somewhere 2011, 12, 13, that it reached the 45% level and it was scheduled to go to 50, 55, 60, et cetera, stop. Then it seems like the very next budget or the very next budget year or the in the budget, it was not only 45%, but it was going to be capped at 45% of what it was last year, and it stayed there. So does that mean that the retirees now aren't really getting even 45% of their coverage? They're getting 45% of the coverage they would have had, let's say, in 2013. I don't know the exact year. Am I remembering that right?
You are, Representative McCray, and that is a great question. Some others have mentioned this already, but there was, when Representative Collins worked on this when he was a staff person, I think he mentioned that for Senate President Mike Michaud, I believe. And originally when this was crafted, it would increase 5% per year. And the goal was to create parity with state employees who at that time were getting 100% if they retired at normal retirement age. And then I don't know exactly the date, I can find this out, but once the economic collapse happened in 2008 and the state's revenue was decimated at that time, and we were seeing sharp cuts to pre-K to 12 education among many other places in state government, the 45% stopped growing, stopped escalating, and was held there, and that's where we've been ever since. So when you hear comments about the promises made in the past about 5% a year, that stopped when the economic collapse happened, and we've been stuck there ever since. You are right. If you look in the bill, there is language that was also put in the budget, I believe in 2011, that capped the estate, the amount the state had paid. That language in both of these bills is eliminated. As far as we can tell, the state continued to pay the 45% throughout, notwithstanding that language that was included in the budget. So the state continues to pay the 45%. Both of these bills, which I believe are identical, would remove that language that was included in that budget.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Kaczynski.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. And Sam, I don't see anybody else on the list except possibly Mr. Bailey again.
Yes, Representative. It should be
Okay.
Mr. Bailey's turn now.
Okay. So, Mr. Bailey, we're ready for you. Oh, good afternoon. Good to see you again.
Good to see you again, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. Thank you for having me back. I am Steve Bailey, Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, today testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association regarding LD 84 and LD 293. Our associations took different positions on these two bills. MSSA voted to support because of their concern. The current percentage discourages teachers to retire even though they may be ready. And I will add that the positions that we spoke about within each of these legislative committees really deal with teachers who are currently in the teaching force. Because the retirement benefit alone doesn't adequately cover cost of living expenses, it does affect those folks who may be thinking about retirement but feel that they can't. Superintendents supported the bill. At the same time, they acknowledged it could make worse our current teacher shortage. They also recognize that there are teachers who, regardless of retirement age, will and should stay in the field because of their dedication to the profession. The Maine School Boards Association, representing school boards, voted neither for nor against because of concerns about increasing the benefit for school staff when people in the community are working reduced hours or are out of work because of COVID. So they were concerned upon the perception that this does create for folks. Based on fiscal notes from 2018 and 2019 for this initiative, the annual cost for going from 45% to 55% is roughly $3.6 million annually. This past session, the bill died on the appropriations table after the legislature shut down due to COVID. So with that, two different positions from Maine School Superintendents Association and from the Maine School Boards Association. Thanks for the opportunity. I'd be glad to answer any questions if I can.
Well, thank you for being here. And are there any questions for Mr. Bailey from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And Sam, at least according to my list, we are done. Is that correct?
Yes, Representative.
Okay. So I will declare public hearings on LD 84 and 293 closed. And Sam, we don't have work session scheduled for either one of them yet, do we, or do we?
I don't think so, Representative, but I
Okay.
can double check.
No, that's okay. Well, people will get announcements or check on it. I just thought if we had it at this point, we could do that.
They are
And-
tentatively, Representative Brennan,
Yep.
they are tentatively scheduled for next Wednesday, the 24th,
Okay, great. And what time?
10 a.m.,
10 a.m. Great.
but
And
always subject to change.
okay. And Hillary, one other thing relative to those two public hearings, maybe if you give us a little background information on Medicare eligibility and Social Security, that might be helpful. It's a very, very kind of thorny issue to understand in terms of state employees. So if we know a little bit more about that, that might be helpful.
Sure, I'll see what I can put together for you.
Okay. And at this point, I'm going to turn the chair over to Representative Millette, given the fact that I am going to present a bill and I can't simultaneously chair and present as well. But Representative Salisbury, did you have a question? Go ahead if you had a question at this point.
Can we also have a definition of what WEP and GPO is? I've been Googling, but it's not going fast enough for me. So thank you.
Okay. So again, I will hand the chair. I don't know exactly how to do it. I'll hand the chair over to Representative Millette, and we can start the public hearing on LD 138.
All right. Okay, so even when I was in the committee room, I didn't use a hammer. So I'm going to just say that I'm going to now open up the public hearing on LD 138, an act to increase student reading proficiency, as presented by our good House Chair, Representative Michael Brennan. And have you introduce the bill?
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here and to present LD 138, an act to increase student reading proficiency. However, I need to apologize because in my testimony, initial draft of it, I thought I had a copy of the amendment that was given to the committee on Friday. And hopefully everybody has access to or has seen the amendment to the bill. And again, I thought it was at the top of my testimony, but when I looked at my testimony, it was not there. So let me just quickly go through the amendment. The amendment was arrived at last week at a meeting of a number of stakeholders, including the Department of Education. And the amendment basically has two pieces. And the first piece has the Department of Education over the next year conducting a survey and an inventory across the state of current methodology that's used to both teach reading, assess reading, and instruction and reading. And based on that survey, based on that inventory, based on that analysis, the department would present us a report in January of next year, along with recommendations on how we might be able to improve reading proficiency, instruction, assessment across the state of Maine. They would also continue that assessment, and there would be a second report that would be provided by December of 2022. So that is the two parts of the amendment. And again, it was the consensus amendment and supported by the many different people that were part of the discussion. And several people will be here to testify in support of that at this point. So why did I bring this bill forward? Why is this important? I think everybody on this committee recognizes the importance of reading. And in particular, reading at grade level is fundamental. The research is overwhelming that when students are not reading at grade level, and for the purpose of this discussion, it would be the end of third grade, the beginning of fourth grade level. Those students that are not reading at grade level are 5 times more likely to drop out of school. And almost 80%, this is national numbers, of low-income students are not reading at grade level. When students are not reading at grade level, they fall behind and oftentimes do not catch up. And the phrase that's used is that between the ages of 0 and third grade is that you're learning to read, but it's critical by the time you're in fourth grade, you're able to read to learn. And if you're unable to make that transition, the next set of learning skills that, or data that you, or information that you're learning becomes more difficult. And again, the research shows that when students at fourth grade are not reading grade level, they don't catch up. They continue to fall behind. And this is a particular problem when you start looking at students of color and students of lower incomes. They are disproportionately affected by not reading at grade level. The good news is that with appropriate intervention, they are disproportionately benefited by being able to read at grade level. So this bill is going to allow us as a state to assess where we are, what we're doing with reading and reading proficiency. We do not have a lot of good data and a lot of good information in terms of where we are now in reading proficiency, and the bill will allow for that to happen. And then it will allow us to identify best practices, best methodology, and to put into place a very strategic, targeted plan to increase reading proficiency in the state of Maine. And again, I think it's particularly important as we continue to talk about how do we close the achievement gap based on race and based on income. One of the single biggest factors and most important factors that we can focus on is grade level reading. So I'm very excited about this amendment. I'm excited about this bill. And I think that having this opportunity over the next 2 years to chart this type of course for reading proficiency in the state is hopefully going to be welcomed by this committee as well as the legislature. So I will stop at this point, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Okay, Senator Woodson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. This issue of reading ability and reading on grade level has been with us for the last, I don't know, 100 years or more. What is going to happen if these kids are not reading at grade level, say when they're at the 4th grade? What's the plan?
Well, again, I don't want to read my testimony, but based on the research that I did, it says that 2/3 of U.S. 4th graders are not proficient in reading now. And according to the grade level reading campaign, more than 80% of low-income children are not reading proficiency at the end of 3rd grade. So if you have students that aren't reading at grade level, again, they're a higher risk of not completing school, dropping out of school. And secondly, just not being able to get to the next level of learning that is required based on their reading skills. So you have the double problem of students dropping out of school and or not continuing to master the next level developmentally that they should be mastering in terms of learning.
Well, I guess my question is, so we do this assessment and we realize that 35% of the students are not reading at grade level.
Right.
What's the plan?
Well, that's
just
the report.
Just knowing that,
Yep.
Just knowing that these kids aren't reading, we've known that forever. I mean, there has to be an action plan to
Right.
improve on that.
Right, and Senator Woodson, the amendment calls for recommendations from the department to identify best practices, what is working effectively across the state in terms of producing the level of reading proficiency that we'd like, and offering a plan for how we move forward. So again, I think it's an opportunity. From what I can gather now, there are a number of different strategies, or a number of different approaches to reading across the state. And nobody's entirely sure what is working and what isn't working, and what level of proficiency we have. Now, I can take one report, the measures of growth, identifies NAEP scores, and from what I can tell, people are suspicious about NAEP scores, and the NAEP scores that we have in Maine, only 36% of students in the state of Maine are reading at grade level. And that number has not changed in the last 10 years.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, without a goal, nothing ever gets reached. So the fact that we're putting a goal out there, which I think is very aggressive, going from 33% today to 75% by 2025, is a great first step.
Is there a question there, Representative Crockett? Don't you think?
Well, I wasn't planning on that, but I was just suggesting that this is, without a goal, nothing ever happens. So I think it's good to give the Department of Education this goal.
Well, Representative Crockett, the amendment actually drops the 75% goal and allows the department to do the assessment over the next year and to give us recommendations next year on where is the next best step, next best goal that we could have. So they wanted to do the assessment first. They wanted to determine what is happening across the state. The department right now is not entirely certain what the proficiency level is. And I think next year at this time, hopefully we'll be sitting here and having a better understanding of what that is and be able to establish that goal that you talked about.
Oh, okay. I was just reading
You're reading the bill.
The bill.
Right.
Well, obviously I'd be delighted with them coming out with a target.
Okay, Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, feels kind of right to say that. Okay, so I was looking for the amendment and I just see that Hillary has put it up in the chat and I was trying to, I could not find it on our committee website for some reason, unless what I was looking at was actually the amendment. So I'm not quite sure. I'll double check. But anyway, my question for you, Representative Brennan, is the scope of programming and resources that this will incorporate.
Well, again, those were unknowns because the department in conducting the work they're going to do over the next year would come back to us with recommendations about if are additional resources that are needed, if there are particular approaches that work better than other approaches. And we would, again, after the next year, understand if additional resources are necessary or ways that we could assist local school districts and or teachers to increase proficiency. So that's an unknown question at this point that next year at this time, we'll have that data and have that information.
Can I have a follow-up? So you're bringing up a really important issue, but I sometimes feel like we're in Groundhog's Day. And this issue, and Senator Woodson touched on it, is we seem to spin our wheels a lot. Now, I'd like to offer some suggestions. There is, while I was on the State Board of Education, it was brought to my attention that there had been hearings on reading recovery and specific approaches to effective reading.
Yep.
And there is, and I was handed a binder of testimonies. This is where we need to maybe go and do a little research in some of the archives of testimonies. There was a whole host of information that I was provided with that walked people through over and over and over. It's the same story was coming forward. And there were individuals that had to, from their own expenses, had to go and get trained on how to actually do this reading recovery. Mm-hmm. It wasn't in the state of Maine. They had to go to Boston to do this. I would love to have a much more deeper conversation with you about this, if this is something we seriously want to address. And I'm coming at this as somebody who had a reading difficulty and then was in a position where I was homeschooling my own children, did not want to pass that on to them. So I dug and found resources that are effective and that have been foolproof. And historically, there's information that we have at our disposal historically. But I'll tell you right now, I'll be very blunt about this. When I was on the State Board of Education and I asked the reading recovery specialist, what do they do with the use of phonics? This individual that came before us did not even know what I was talking about. So I am going to put this out, and this is a public forum here, that we need to, if we're going to do this, we need to dig into this and be very objective and actually look at things that work. Wouldn't you agree? Was that good, Representative Millett? I could feel you.
Great. That was brilliant.
The vibes are coming.
I would ask you to join me on this side of the table in support of the bill, because that's exactly what the amendment does. It asks the DOE to jump right in to look at what currently we're doing across the state, what's working, what isn't working. And I agree with you. I mean, there is research. There is a lot of discussion about what works and what doesn't work. We across the state don't have uniformity and how we approach that at this point. And those questions that you just asked, this bill will answer.
All right, well, we'll need to talk a little more later. Then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Be more than happy to.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I don't see any other hands. So I have one question, Representative Brennan. I apologize. I have about 5 screens open, but not to your amendment. Does your bill authorize the committee to report out a bill based on the recommendations?
Thank you, Representative Millette. I have spoken, our analyst has flagged that as a potential discussion point in work session, that we may want to give the committee that opportunity. And secondly, based on our discussion this morning, this would turn into a resolve as opposed to in statute, because it would be a one-time initiative from the department. So at the work session, I would offer that we do allow the committee to report out a bill based on those recommendations, and that it would change into a resolve from an act.
Great, appreciate that. I see Senator Daughtry has returned, so I will hand the gavel over to Senator Daughtry.
Thank you very much, Representative Millette. Representative Sampson.
Thank you. So a question, I just want a clarification, Representative Brennan.
Yes.
This is a resolve.
Well, technically now what it
act, and I was just going to say, we can take an act and make it a resolve, but we can't take a resolve and make it an act. So
right now it is an act, and my recommendation would be to turn it into a resolve.
Oh, I see. Okay, I thought we were talking about the other way around. Okay, because I was reading your amendment. So, all right, thank you. Sorry.
Yep.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Representative Brennan, for your
There were
testimony.
all kinds of questions till you came back.
Apparently I just chased them all away. Well, that being said, let me just pull up the.
So now we're ready to go to public comment.
Yep. So I think for LD 138, we have up first, we have Courtney Belolan. And let me make sure that she is in the webinar. Okay, so, and then just to give folks in the waiting room a heads up, after her, we'll be having Emma Bond.
Hello again, Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I'm Courtney Belolan, Executive Director of Maine Curriculum Leaders Association, and I'm offering testimony in support of the amended LD 138, now a resolve regarding reading proficiency data analysis. We were a part of the group discussing this with Representative Brennan, and we believe the most effective way, as I said earlier, to increase learner achievement in literacy or any discipline is to focus resources on strengthening educator understanding of and skill in current research-based instruction and assessment best practices. This bill empowers the Maine education community to thoughtfully examine what is working in our schools for which learners, then to intentionally and strategically plan for professional learning that will ultimately benefit all learners. Further, this bill establishes a sound process for addressing learner achievement in any discipline or content area in the future. This is learner-centered legislation that honors the integrity of the Maine education community, and we are happy to support it. I welcome any questions and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all again.
Thank you and welcome back. Do you have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. And I'm trying, hold on one sec, Representative Sampson.
Thank you. I have too many layers open to try and find my little hand thing. Anyways,
no worries. This always works.
Yeah, I know. Well, that worked. So I do have a question. Is there a resource now that lists the research-based, evidence-based reading materials and approaches? Is that available now?
There is no one clearinghouse that would list all of those programs or resources. There are, however, well-established institutions that do offer examples, and there are well-established programs and materials that offer those. The curriculum leaders and reading specialists throughout the state of Maine are well-versed in where to go to find such resources and information about best practice.
So my question is for the work session, if you would be able to compile some of those for us so that we, with links, so that we can look at the material, that would be wonderful. If you have, I mean, if these people have this information, it shouldn't be that hard to pull it together. I'd be very curious to look at it though, please.
Sure, I will do my best short of preparing a graduate level course for all of you.
Well, it doesn't have to be granular, but you know, something that where are the institutions, what are the organizations,
sure,
and what do they have? You know, we can do a search on what they have available, but point us in a direction of what are the teachers throughout the state, what do they access, where do they go? That would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
You could give us a graduate level piece and test our reading proficiency.
Right.
Sorry, I had to have that bad joke in there somewhere. Seeing no further questions from the committee, thank you very much for your time. It looks like we lost Ms. Bond, so up next we have Mr. Kaczynski. Let's see, Mr. Kaczynski, do we have you with us? Aha.
Hello there. I am sorry, I've had some unstable internet.
No worries.
Can you hear me okay?
All good.
Thank you. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, other esteemed members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is John Kaczynski again. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Education Association to testify in full support of Representative Brennan's proposed amendment to LD 138. More than anything, really appreciate the sponsor being responsive to the concerns around the original draft. And MEA fully supports this. Grace Levitt submitted written testimony, but just wanted to underscore the cooperation of the sponsor. We too are committed to results here and are committed to, Senator Woodson brought something up, like what's the plan? And I think if you were to ask 10 different teachers in 10 different schools, what's the plan? I think you'd get 10 different answers. And what I like and what we like about this proposal is trying to bring statewide emphasis, commitment, and support to finding best practices in particular. I'd love to know, what are the schools with the highest concentrations of poverty that are moving the dial the most for kids? And what are they doing in those schools that we can then recreate around the state to help broaden and help? And we like the focus in this proposal as well on growth. Let's focus in on growth. If we are at 36% on NAEP scores right now, we'd really like to see us move the dial. Setting an arbitrary number in law, we thought was maybe rehashing past mistakes, such as No Child Left Behind, but appreciate the emphasis, and we will come to this discussion ready to learn and ready to engage and ready to bring anything that we have to help move the dial for kids in this state to make sure they're reading at grade level. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I see some puzzled faces. I hope my connection was okay throughout that.
Do we have any questions from the committee at this time? I think the puzzled faces might just be Wednesday at 3 o'clock. So I think you might
Understood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaczynski. Up next, we have Leanne Larson, and I'm always excited to see someone with Larson spelled the exact same way as my last name. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Give me 1 second to pull up. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Leanne Larson, and I'm the Early Learning Team Coordinator at the Maine Department of Education. And I'm here today representing the department and speaking in support of the amended language for LD 138, an act to increase student reading proficiency. In collaboration with leaders from the Maine Curriculum Leaders Association, Maine Education Association, Maine School Board Association, Maine Management Association, and Maine Principals Association, the the Department of Education presents a collective commitment to the initial phase in improving literacy outcomes for Maine students. In partnership with Representative Brennan, educational leaders work together to amend language for LD 138. The amendment before you is the result of collaboration, authentic partnership, and has unanimous support from our key stakeholder group leaders. The development of strong foundational literacy skills in pre-K to grade 3, particularly in the areas of reading and writing, are of utmost importance. Alphabetic knowledge, concepts about print, phonological awareness, phonics, vocabulary, and reading fluency are critical components in developing competent readers and writers who can actively communicate and comprehend information across disciplines for many essential purposes. Additionally, strong literacy abilities, the foundations of which are generally built during the first 8 years of children's lives, are of paramount importance for students to gain the knowledge and skills necessary for post-secondary education, careers, and citizenship. Maine's recently revised and adopted English language arts standards specifically address foundational skills for reading and describe their vital importance as part of children's educational programming. In 2000, the Maine Department of Education, in collaboration with a stakeholder group composed of Maine educators with expertise in reading development, instruction, and assessment, published suggested reading benchmarks for the K-3 grade span, applicable to a variety of reading assessments commonly used by schools. This report was titled A Solid Foundation. This guidance document, still utilized by many school systems, was intended to inform establishment of local level benchmarks to promote reading achievement. In the time since this guidance was initially developed, more has been learned about early reading instruction and assessment, including screening and progress monitoring that helps to both track student progress towards achieving proficiency and to inform ongoing reading instruction efforts. Local school systems commonly utilize a variety of early reading assessment tools to inform locally set benchmarks for determining reading proficiency. As reflected in the amended language for LD 138, the department will bring up to date this important work that was initiated nearly 2 decades ago to ensure Maine educators have the resources, training, and support needed to improve outcomes for their students. Additionally, the department's state literacy plan, titled Literacy for Maine, is currently being updated and offers a useful vehicle for sharing current research related to early literacy instruction and assessment, as well as for advancing recommendations that will result from the analysis directed by LD 138. The department supports the amended language for LD 138, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Do you have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Stephen Bailey as well as Holly Courtier. So I'm going to make sure we can pop them into the Zoom. And then after both of them, we will be moving to those against. Mr. Bailey.
Yes, good afternoon again. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and members of the Educational Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Steve Bailey, Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, testifying this afternoon on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association in support of this resolve. We, along with others, worked with educational partners and the sponsor to turn the original bill into this resolved act. We believe it outlines a thoughtful and doable approach to improve reading proficiency based on student growth, a skill that is essential in all subject areas, future learning, and work. It also is essential to an engaged citizenry. The review it calls for will give us and the Department of Education insight into what is currently going on across the state and highlight best practices. It also will help us better understand how proficiency is measured and the effect of pre-kindergarten and kindergarten on reading skills. The resolve also encourages a collaborative approach between the department and public schools with the goal of identifying where earlier interventions are needed and how we can best support all students. What this cannot be is a process that creates a study that sits on a shelf There needs to be urgency for action, and we support this wholeheartedly. I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bailey. Do I have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Ms. Cordier.
Hello again. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Dr. Holly Couturier, and I'm the Executive Director for the Maine Principal Association, representing more than 800 pre-K to 12 principals and assistant principals of public and private schools in Maine. Reading is a fundamental skill that all students need to master. The MPA wants to be mindful that identifying a particular grade or percentage and meeting an arbitrary goal based on an assessment that may or may not be consistent throughout the state will not be possible without increasing professional development and the necessary resources for those students who are not at that identified benchmark. We believe the goal of increasing student reading proficiency is possible if the appropriate supports and resources are available to teachers and schools. By supporting the amended LD 138, we believe that taking the time and delving into the data, that the DOE will be able to identify which measures, programs, resources, evidence-based practices, and educator supports will yield the desired student growth in reading. We fully support and strongly encourage the committee to vote ought to pass on the amended LD 138. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Now we are going to be moving to folks who have signed up to testify against. And right now we'll be hearing, I'll wait till she's transferred. Oh, did that work? So we're now moving to folks who have signed up to testify against. And up first we have Deborah Parker. Welcome, Ms. Parker. Ms. Parker, if we can get you to unmute to give your testimony.
Okay, is that good? Can you hear me?
Yep, we can't see you.
How come?
We just
I got it. I got it. Here we go. This is new for me. Shouldn't be, but it's new for me. There we are.
There we go.
Hi.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, all honorable members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Deborah Parker, and I am from West Rockport, Maine. I have a little bit of a difficulty with a severe public speaking phobia. So I'm going to look that way, if you don't mind. Okay? And I should be able to get through this. I'm in opposition only to the exclusive language of Section 1 of this LD 138 bill. And within this testimony, I'm asking only for an equal opportunity to bring graduate level research-based applying to 3 through 10th grade information to you in a new PhD USM approved research study that is currently in Maine schools. This will produce evidentiary data that everybody's looking for in its program results. The work is intended to promote reading proficiency recovery in our students. To that end, in regard to this LD 138, a minor change in the phraseology or its wording should be considered. The bill should include language that allows for the review of and the inclusion of any ESA supported and USM approved research that is linked to the topic of the bill. This current inequity in the bill appears minimal, but LD 138, as stated, is focused to include only the reading skills and proficiency work done within and by the Maine Department of Education programs, etc. And note the warning of this bill all other approved studies, and this has been approved. This is not what ESA 2015 federal law intended when the goal is that every student succeed. Within 138, LD 138, please include USM approved research when that USM approved Bill 138 targets reading problems in youth, and ESA calls the community to action also for its 501c3 nonprofit innovative programs. That's what I have. This USM approved research currently in Maine schools is stalled. And I'll go into that a little bit for a minute. But it has responded to that call. And there are 44,000 students in Maine schools currently, last count, I did it in 2019, who need this work that I have in my hand. So I've given you copies of, in the testimony, are copies of the teacher's tool that evaluation. There's 2 teachers I've done 68 students so far. I need to do 500. I've done the 68 in a few, it doesn't take long for me to do this work, but it's 15 minutes of data recovery from the students in the schools with the teachers in 8th grade. Reading measures, I'm glad that Representative Woodson brought up the fact that the measure statistics for reading have not changed for, 30 years now? And the problem is not how or what we're doing, it's that we're not addressing the problem. The other known unknown factors, and that these questions in my 1-page checklist asks, have never been asked of the students or the schools, and they are totally different, but they're only questions asked in daily living. All of the student protections are in place, and the teachers actually like the tool. So it's a win-win. 15 minutes of data, and we have a win-win on reading proficiency possibilities for recovery. So that I suggest to you that together we finish this work and look at the data and resolve the problem. I want to just, for the reading public, I have to have a couple computers going, I'm sorry. But for the hearing, listening public, I would like to speak to what it takes to be a proficient reading. This is pretty quick. To be proficient in reading requires 3 things. The person must have the ability to read. Number 1. That's number 1. They have to have the ability to read. They also must have healthy medical eyes. So that's 2 different things. I mean, this is where you need to hear this. These are 2 different things. Reading with proficiency, number 3, requires that the flow and know process be effectively working. Therefore, fluency and comprehension to read must be empowered in the student. And when that happens, Representative Sampson is 100% correct. Phonics is important, but only after they can see to read. Okay, and that doesn't take long to fix. When there is still the resiliency in the youth, resiliency remains only as long as there is still hope. It's gone after that. So more often than not, that is about 10th grade when they lose their hope. And that's why we're losing dropouts, kids at risk, and all this other stuff. So I suggest this applies to 3rd to 10, that we start earlier. I'm working with 8th grade just to get the data for you. But if we start at 3 to 10, we have a better chance of correcting the problem immediately and then allowing teachers to teach their students. And they would, I'm sure, enjoy that experience because it would be brand new. This LD 138 work coming from the community should have representative support in the DOE. It does not. I may be the only one with it though in the system right now. Sorry, but that's what it is. And once the USM approved this work, there should have been arms open for even minor assistance for recruitment. I spent 4 weeks trying to get teachers because there's no access for me to get them. I'm a lay person. I can't just look them up and see who the teachers are at what school and where the 8th grades are. I can't get to them. And they've gotten more critically restrictive as the years have passed. I've been doing this with this committee for 8 years now. No, this is the first time I actually can deliver the testimony because the public service because the phobia I have is very severe. And you'd think by now I'd be over it, but I'm not. Sorry. Anyway, this work is directed to the principals for the 8th grade teachers willing participation, and it will provide equal opportunity to complete this work. That's what I'm asking for. And then to have it reviewed for the main DOE by an unbiased, impartial committee. I don't have that, and you don't have that either. So we need to look at that opportunity. The specific data that they're looking at with me is unlike anything they've ever seen before. It is needed to validate the study. I need those 500 data sheets, 432 more, and it takes 15 minutes only.
Ms. Parker?
Excuse me?
Ms. Parker, I was just wondering if you could sort of summarize your testimony. We still have one more bill to hear, and we've been averaging. We're trying to not use a timer this time, but we are trying to sort of average allowing.
Okay, so
minutes.
I'm gonna explain that this is exactly why I have not ever been able to get the information you need to you.
We're
I'm trying.
happy to take written testimony.
Yes. Okay. I think we're done. Because let me just give you one example. Here's the example. I have area schools near me of Rockland area, and they are said to have less than 85% proficient readers. That means that 15% in these schools are actually reading at grade level. These specific middle schools would be an excellent source for some of these teacher tool data that you have the data of, and for a targeted work session to occur in that summer school study of L44, so that if there were a significant change in these students in this 3-month time, and if it only took 15 minutes a day to get there, wouldn't you be interested in the reading skill recovery of these students that can occur as soon as summer's end, 2021? And I am promising that. And the only time I ever promised something is when I took my wedding vows. So just to let you know. And I think the rest of the research itself is called Health Promotions in Learning, Aligning New Somatic Functional Behavioral Symptoms of Adolescent Students with Academic Performance and Classroom Life Orientation. What that means, translated into questions found in daily living, so that the students are made aware to their body actions and responses that are unconsciously conditioned for them to take when they are asked to do something distasteful that they do not have the ability to do yet. So we return the ability to read back to them in a very short program. And that's what you have all been waiting for 30 years. So I'm here to do it, and I'm great with the kids, and I don't have a phobia with them. Just to let you know, I'm ready and willing to go. So please consider this work. Thank you very much, and it's finished.
Thank you so much, Ms. Parker. And thank you for your testimony and your time.
You're welcome.
Questions?
I'll be waiting to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Of course. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Yes, I have some questions.
That's for questions from the committee members.
Oh, the committee does. Okay.
Seeing none, thank you so much for your time, Ms. Parker.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
So, Mr. Barker, Mr. Baker, do we have any additional folks signed up to testify on this bill?
We should be good for this one, Senator.
Okay, with that, and seeing no questions, I will close the public hearing on LD 138. Up next, I will open the public hearing on LD 278, an act to establish a process for the consideration and implementation of changes to mandated instruction or training for students. And we're here to have that presented by our own Representative Brennan. Welcome back, Representative Brennan.
Well, fortunately, I did not have to go far. So I appreciate, and in recognition of the time, and it's been a long day for all of us, I will try to be as brief as possible. In 2019, when I served on the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, I was struck by the number of bills that were presented that were looking to mandate some type of instruction within our K through 12 system. And Representative Cornfield and I had a discussion about, is there a way that we could be more objective, more rational in terms of making decisions about what to do with mandated instruction? And the process now, it's up to the committee in a somewhat subjective way to decide, do we like what a legislator has put forward in terms of a particular bill or particular content area, or do we don't like it? So Representative Cornfield introduced a bill last session that came to the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. And I am going to rely on my memory, which might be not totally accurate, but Representative Sampson and other people voiced some objection to the original draft because it had bills coming forward and immediately being referred to the Department of Education for review. We amended the bill based on Representative Sampson and other suggestion to make sure that the committee still has a prerogative of passing a bill or rejecting a bill or making a conscious decision to refer a bill for additional review by the Department of Education. That bill was passed in both the House and the Senate. It then went to the governor. It had an emergency preamble on it. And apparently, in the confusion of the last several days of the session, it was pocket vetoed. I didn't realize it had been pocket vetoed until November when I said something about mandated instruction. I said it would be subject to review, and somebody said, oh, that bill didn't pass. I then inquired of the Department of Education, the commissioner, as well as the governor's office, as there was something substantively objectionable to the bill, and there was none. It was simply one of those bills that fell through the cracks on the final day of the legislature last March. So I've reintroduced the bill. It's identical to what the committee voted on last year. And what it would do is that any bills that come before us that have a mandated instructional part of that bill, the committee still has a prerogative, reserves the right to say, we can pass this immediately into law, or we can immediately reject it. If we do believe that there's an item or a content area that comes to us that should have further review, it would go to the Department of Education, and they would convene a review group to look at current curriculum that might be available in schools, looking at also how they might be able to incorporate what is being suggested within learning results and with learning standards. So it interjects that part of the discussion with educators and with people familiar with the field, how this type of instruction or this content area may move forward. The recommendations would come back to the committee. We would still have the opportunity to have a work session and decide whether or not we endorsed what the department recommends, or that we could still reject that and move forward accordingly. So that's what the bill is. I think it's a good idea. I think it's a good practice. I think it interjects an element of rationality and objectivity and review to a process right now, which can be a little subjective as well as a little depending on prevailing philosophies that people might have. So again, I hope the committee endorses the bill. I hope that we can move it forward, and I hope that it will help us this session deal with a number of bills that we have that deal with mandated instruction. So thank you very much, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. Does the committee have any questions at this time? I have Representative Crockett, followed by Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Brennan, just I think I think this is going to be outstanding simply because I have one of those bills in right now.
You do.
That I've actually been in communication with the DOE with respect to how to properly present it. And basically, I think it will fall in line with what you're suggesting here. And I'm excited about it because last session, I submitted a similar bill and it didn't go anywhere. You know, it came to the committee and it didn't seem to be an outlet to have further discussion on, say, a particular course that is not currently part of the curriculum. So if I'm walking down the right path, give me the thumbs up, and I think this would be a great idea.
Can you phrase that as a question?
Yeah, I want to get the thumbs up if I'm talking about the same thing.
Wouldn't you agree would be the phrase.
Wouldn't you agree?
There we go.
Thank you very much for your question, Representative Crockett. And yes, I would agree.
Okay.
Moving on and reminding the committee that public hearings are for questions, not for statements. We have Representative Dodge.
Thank you. Would it be possible for us, please, at the work session to discuss how this might intersect with the 5-year review of the learning results by subject area, please? Thank you.
And if I could respond to that quickly, Senator, if you look at the testimony from the Department of Education on this bill, it alludes to the intersection between the bill and learning standards.
Do you have a follow-up, Representative Dodge? I'm seeing the finger. You're on mute.
Thank you for that answer. I am hoping, would it be possible for us to have a bit of further discussion on that, please, at the work session? That's my question. Thank you.
Well learned. Do we have any other questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Brennan. We are now going to move into the portion of the public hearing, a testimony for, against, and neither for nor against. First, we will be hearing from Courtney Balolan and Holly Courtier, who we're going to move both of them in to the hearing. And welcome back, Ms. Balolan.
Hello. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, Courtney Balolan, Executive Director of the Maine Curriculum Leaders Association, offering testimony in support of LD 278, an act to establish a process for the consideration and implementation of changes to mandated instruction or training for students on behalf of MCLA members. As we did last legislative session, MCLA strongly supports developing a way of systematically reviewing proposed instructional mandate expansions, a system for reviewing proposed legislation that compares the proposed legislation with the current Maine learning results in their totality, curricula or courses of study already being implemented in schools around the state, and a thorough, accurate accounting of costs and necessary resources is essential to preserving the integrity of students' educational experience. This accounting must include instructional time, professional learning, and resource and material review and/or creation. Most learners are only in our schools for 13 or 14 years, and the amount of content and skills in which learners are expected to demonstrate proficiency is astounding. In 1998, Dr. Bob Marzano, who is one of the most highly regarded researchers of education best practice, noticed in a paper titled "Awash in Standards" that, quote, if American educators were to adequately cover all of the knowledge identified in the current set of standards for the core subject areas, it might take as much as 22 years of schooling, literally, within the current structure, end quote. That was true 20 years ago, 23 years ago. And since then, we have only added to the content educators must address and students must learn. If an understanding or a skill is important enough to be included in state standards and expectations, then it is important enough to teach it well. in order to teach something well, there must be sufficient time, resources, and professional learning. Maine Curriculum Leaders Association members also believe that establishing a standing review committee would enable the legislative process, when applied to curriculum and training mandates, to be in sync with the already established process for reviewing and updating the Maine learning results, which happens every 5 years. The review committee established by this bill would be able to recommend that the Ed Committee refer any supported additions or changes to the standards review process. This will ensure that the standards and expectations for what gets taught in Maine schools is centralized and ultimately much more manageable for schools and districts. Finally, we advocate for the committee to have consistent or at least overlapping membership across legislative sessions. This would enable the committee to quickly develop and refine review protocols and maintain historical knowledge within the group. MCLA strongly agrees that a standing review committee must include a variety of voices from the current Maine education community, and most importantly, curriculum leaders from a range of districts across the state. This is an innovative and important bill that will enable meaningful collaboration between the Maine education community and the Maine legislature. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the committee? Just one quick, trying to think about this and like reading all of the different, how the bill came out last session, sort of trying to wrap my head around it. One argument, if you're looking at both ways and sort of playing devil's advocate, couldn't one argue that the Joint Standing Committee in itself is supposed to be a standing review committee for these features? Or are you saying in your testimony having a separate committee, with more folks and more voices is a different mechanism for that same goal?
It is a different mechanism. Having people who are familiar with the Maine learning results and the types of instruction that is happening in schools is important to giving accurate measure to the proposed bills. Oftentimes there are proposals that are made for which there are already significantly adopted and well-established instructional programs, units, ways of teaching that are a redundancy perhaps, or require serious consideration, and having the people actually in schools at the table helping the Ed Committee to make those decisions is extremely important.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony and your time. Up next, we have Ms. Cordier.
Thank you very much. One more time today. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Dr. Holly Couturier, and I am the Executive Director for the Maine Principal Association, representing more than 800 pre-K to 12 principals and assistant principals of public and private schools in Maine. As we did last year, the MPA Legislative Committee unanimously supports LD 278. We have concerns that as new legislation is brought forward requesting additional standards to be placed into the Maine learning results, the two issues arise. More would be mandated of Maine educators without replacing or taking anything off the already overtasked plates of those teachers, and that some of the items brought forward may already exist in other content areas in the Maine learning results. By creating a task force and process in which the commissioner take the requests and review them with a team of educators, many of these items can be addressed without creating a new law. Because of this, the MPA strongly urges the committee to vote unanimously ought to pass on LD 278. And I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Courtier. I think I'm getting there, slowly but surely.
But we'll get there.
I'm sorry, it's been a day.
It's okay.
Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Up next, we have Mr. Bailey.
Good afternoon again. This is a bill that we're actually very pleased it's being presented and heard again. We're eager that this might be able to be enacted this time. So Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and members of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee, I am Steve Bailey, Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association, as well as the Maine School Superintendents Association in support of LD 278. Curriculum mandates are some of the most difficult bills for our associations to oppose because they often deal with the subjects we agree are important. You may have seen my comments in today's paper based on a question that was asked of me yesterday regarding one of the bills that is before your committee as well. As we see at the time, the issue is time, capacity, as well as in many cases, the connectedness of topics that are already included within the main learning results and are woven within subjects and areas of study already within some of our school's curriculum areas. This bill would set up a review process that would first allow the Department of Education to identify whether or not a given subject is already part of our system of learning results. That is the first place we go when confronted by a curriculum mandate. And often the sponsor is simply not aware the topic already is included or how it's included within each of the school districts. That process we begin after the initial public hearing. And we agree that this is important to be done with you as a part of that first review process. If it is determined the curriculum proposal is not already covered under the learning results, the second part of the bill would explore what it would take in time, staff resources, and money to add a requirement. We believe this will be helpful to you and the sponsor to understand the scope of the request and its impact on the school day. It also would inform a potential fiscal note. This professional approach, like I said, as important, it would give a vehicle to the commissioner and a curriculum experts to do a comprehensive analysis of a proposal that would inform their decision to either support or oppose the legislation. This professional approach to reviews of curriculum mandates would give a fair analysis of whether a proposed addition to the curriculum is needed or feasible. The information gathered also could inform the review of the learning standards already required in statute. Our one suggestion on the bill is that it explicitly calls for a superintendent, any school board member, to be part of the review committee. MSMA would be happy to recommend candidates if this bill passes. As a matter of legislative history, this bill did pass both the House and Senate in 220, and as the sponsor has indicated, was never signed into law after the legislature shut down due to COVID. Again, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and we're pleased to support this bill.
Thank you so much. Do you have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I think that concludes everyone we have for 4. I'm not seeing anyone that signed up to testify in addition, correct? So now we will be moving to those wishing to testify against, and welcome Ms. Knox.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Kate Knox. I'm an attorney in Portland, and I'm here on behalf of my client, Equality Maine, the statewide LGBTQ civil rights organization. Equality Maine was founded in 1984 following the tragic murder of Charlie Howard, who's a young man who was thrown off a bridge in Bangor because he was gay. We have been advocating on behalf of Maine's LGBT community for 36 years, and we have over 70,000 members across the state. As with last year, Representative Cornfield's bill, Equality Maine comes before you today in opposition to LD 278 because while we acknowledge that curriculum mandates are some of the most challenging things that come before this committee, we don't believe that introducing a more complicated and cumbersome process is a way to get at some of these problems. So I think a couple of things. Our concern is that the extra process that is in essence sort of a middle step between you all deciding you're interested and in fact the Department of Education. This is something Senator Daughtry referenced, is that what we would argue to you is that is just a cumbersome extra step that DOE is going to do. They're going to come back and recommend something to you. And we believe the real review process should be in the committee. that if somebody is going to come to you with a curriculum mandate, they should be prepared to make their case to you about why they think this curriculum is needed. And DOE needs to be prepared to talk about the learning results and how that particular curriculum does or does not fit into the current requirements. We don't see that this extra process of a review committee actually creates any more clarity for the decision that you all have to make, and we think it's an unneeded step. So we acknowledge these are challenging. We also would argue, as with last year, we don't think this is the solution. And I would say, because I know this came up last year, some people have asked us sort of, well, why does Equality Maine care about curriculum mandates? Because we don't come before you too often. And that's because we're always concerned about the high number of students who don't have access to inclusive and comprehensive sex education curriculum. And while we have no plans right now to tackle that, we're just aware that it's already very difficult to work on these mandates. And we don't think extra process is going to make it easier. So I thank you for your time. I know you've had a very long afternoon, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, nice to see everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Knox. Do I have any questions from the committee at this time? Representative McCray, did you raise your hand?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Knox, for being here. I recall this bill, okay, and I recall your organization's objections to it. Do you think that, I'm trying to make this a question without predisposing an answer, do you think that the department would have a better broad view of the curriculum in Maine's public schools, therefore being able to look at a particular proposed curriculum change in a better light than we mere pretenders to expertise?
Yes, I do. I think that's absolutely, I wouldn't quibble with that at all. So I think the department and certainly some of the curriculum folks who, and forgive me, I won't remember names, who came before you today are the experts on curriculum. So I don't argue about that. What I would say is it's not clear to me why this interim process step is needed. If they have that information and they know what the learning results are and they have 4 curriculum bills, what I would argue to you is the committee of review is this committee. And they should be able to come to you and say, we think this fits, we think it doesn't fit, we need more information. And that is the role of the committee. So that I'll stop there, Representative. But yes, I think that's a fair statement. And if I could also add, I think if we're coming to you with a curriculum mandate request, we should have done our due diligence and talk to them and be able to present to you, hey, here's why we believe that this curriculum mandate should be implemented. So.
You up next.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, did you have a follow-up, Representative McCray? We have Representative Sampson, followed by Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Ms. Knox brings up an interesting point here that I would like to request for our work session. There needs to be a little bit of a historical perspective placed here. There's a reason why we have wrangled with this, and this predates my tenure in the legislature, but I was on the State Board of Education and presenting bills, as you would remember, Senator. And this became a very recurring conundrum. And so I think for the sake of our committee, the new members, and even the ones that are just returning, I mean, there is historical there's a historical precedence here, I guess I would say, that would make sense for us to bring to light as we deliberate this.
Thank you, Representative Sampson. I would say that's a request for materials from Ms. Rissler for the work session. Up next, I have Representative Stearns, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Knox, looking through the lens of the Constitution of the state of Maine, would you say that curriculum development and implementation is primarily a function of the federal government, the state government, or the local school board of directors?
Oh, Ms. Knox, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I'm going to claim that I'm just smart enough to know that I don't know the answer to that. So although I did take constitutional law in law school, I wouldn't venture a guess based on the Constitution. I should say, we certainly have state statute. We certainly have the interface of the federal government, and Maine in particular has this very unique kind of home rule structure that I think layers on all of that in a very kind of complicated way. But I don't feel equipped to answer the constitutional question.
Oh, Representative Stearns, do you have a follow-up?
No.
Okay. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This actually is just more for the work session. Ms. Knox, you don't have the answer. I do believe that there are a number of curriculum areas that have been mandated in state law. So I'd like to have, in reflecting on the prior question, it would be good to get a sense of how that occurred. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you, Representative Millette. And I think definitely for the work session, Ms. Rissler, not to be making more requests, but definitely for historical perspective, and especially for new members on the committee, just sort of a brief overview of sort of, curriculum and Maine learning results. We've heard a little bit from, the main curriculum leaders briefing, but just sort of so we know when we're moving this discussion forward, what sort of the context and the rails are. So do we have any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time and your testimony this afternoon, Ms. Knox.
Thank you so much. Have a great afternoon.
Sam, at this point, I don't think we see, if there's anyone in the attendees portion of the webinar who's planning to testify on this bill, if you please raise your hand. Otherwise, I think that's everyone we had who signed up. And seeing no further, I will close the hearing on LD 278. And I think that's a wrap, folks. That concludes our, Ms. Rissler.
I just wanted to mention one thing, and I will start pulling some materials together, especially regarding the legislative history, but your chairs have scheduled on Friday some presentations from the Department of Education, one of which includes a presentation on the learning results. And so that may inform, especially some of the newer committee members prior to the work session next Wednesday.
Ms. Sampson, Representative Sampson. I'm out of words.
That's okay. Would it be possible, I know we're just getting the ball rolling here, but looking at our schedule on the committee, are we going to Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays? I need to have a little more than just a couple of days notice. Are we going to have, like we used to have, where we would have a couple of weeks where we would know what we're planning?
Ms. Risser, actually, we met this morning, the chairs and leads, to go over the schedule for, I think, all the way through the second week of March. So we will get that out to the committee. And okay. I do believe next Friday, because with the biennial budget, we got permission from the presiding officers to meet on Tuesday. So to sort of condense everything for everyone, we'll be meeting Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and not next Friday. And then a little bit different the next week, but we can have that sent out to everyone so you can plan ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Any other questions from the committee, announcements? seeing a lot of long, tired faces. Well, it was a very Monday, Wednesday, but thanks for sticking with it and all of the great work of the committee today. And we'll be back at it soon. Have a great night, everybody.
See you Friday. Thanks. Bye-bye.